Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome to our first council meeting of 2025. And I would like to call the meeting to order and start with our land acknowledgement. In the spirit of respect, reciprocity, and truth, we honor and acknowledge the Mokitas and the traditional Seven Territory and the oral practices of the Blackfoot Confederacy, Siksika, Kainai, Piikani, Liko, Nakota Nations, Chiniki, Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Tsuut'ina Nation. We acknowledge that this territory is home to the Optiswa Métis government of the Métis Nation with Alberta District 4. And finally, we acknowledge all nations, Indigenous and non, who live, work, and play on this land, and who honor and celebrate this territory. This sacred gathering place provides us with an opportunity to engage in and demonstrate leadership on reconciliation, and we are honored to have you join us on Treaty 7 territory. With that, I would like to move to if there are any updates for the agenda before approval. None from administration, from council. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the January 14th regular meeting of council agenda, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year to you all. I move that the council approve the January 14, 2024 regular meeting of council agenda as presented.
Great. Final comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Looking to our CAO and to Ledge Services, do we have any requests for the public input session this morning? No requests? No requests? Great, thank you. With that, we'll move to the approval of the minutes for the December 12th, 2024 special meeting of council. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council approve the December 12th, 2024 special meeting of council minutes as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. December 13th, 2024 special meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council approve the December 13th, 2024 special meeting of council minutes as presented.
Great. Thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. December 17th, regular meeting of council minutes. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
I move that the council approve the December 17, 2024 regular meeting of council minute as presented.
Comments, questions? Call for the vote. And then finally, the December 18th special meeting of council minutes. Councillor Ryan.
Move that council approve the December 18, 2024 special meeting of council minutes as presented.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Next, we have our public presentations, and our first one is the Chestermere Boulevard Bridge Update Feasibility Study, and this is presented by Sameh oh wow, I'm struggling this morning. It's being presented by Sameh, and he's our manager of asset services, and Shamin, our manager of development and special projects, and ACOM Canada Limited project consultants. Thanks, Sameh. Sorry about that, buddy. I'm struggling this morning. Struggling.
All good. It's El-Henawi.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I've said it before. I'm on a rough day, Sameh. Sorry about it.
No problem. Okay, so today I'm presenting, good morning, Mayor and Council. Today I'll be presenting a report for information for the Chestermere Boulevard Bridge Upgrade Feasibility Study. So there are two recommendations to Council that I'm offering for your consideration today. The first one being that the Council accept the Chestermere Boulevard Bridge Upgrade Feasibility Study as information, and that the Council requests administration to bring back additional information to a future council meeting regarding the options presented and to initiate the project. So I won't go over the rest of the report for information today because it will be covered through the presentation, which we invited our friends at AECOM to present today. So with that, I'll pass it on to Kevin and Michelle to take over for the presentation portion.
So good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us. My name is Kevin Bourgeois, and with me here is Michelle Mitchell. My role on the project is as the project manager, and Michelle's role is as the design lead for roads. And today we're here to present the findings of our study. So we'll start off with our agenda of what we'd like to get through today. We'll start with how did we get here. We'll go over some project background. We'll note the observed site constraints, discuss viable options that were considered, examine the high-level construction strategies, discuss the estimated costs and evaluations, and we'll finish with collective paths forwards, conclusions, and next steps.
One, two, sorry, just as a process then, would you like us to save questions to the end or ask throughout?
Fine either way, honestly.
Fine either way? Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
So starting with how did we get here? The crossing is the main link between the east and west sides of the lake. The structure, built in 1958, is now 67 years old. The bridge has low clearance at only about 5.2 feet. As you can see, this paddleboarder needs to duck as he goes below the existing bridge. The structure also consists of a 4-span arrangement, also seen in the photo. It's not very ideal for channel navigation for boaters, which limits the users to split on either side of that central pier. Further, the public boat launch is located on the north side of the causeway, while the main powerboating areas of the lake are to the south, which is a bit of an issue for larger boats to pass the bridge structure. With the opening of Stony Trail, Chestermere Boulevard has seen a shift away from the focus of transportation of goods on which was previously considered Highway 1A. With Chestermere becoming a city, they've inherited this bridge, which is in need of upgrading and replacement, both due to its age and its function. So the corridor plan and transportation master plans of 2015 and 17 did provide some framework of things like the number of lanes needed for the new causeway or the upgrade to the causeway, but it didn't go into a lot of detail as to exactly how the causeway and bridge upgrade would occur. So in 2022, the city contracted AECOM to examine options for the bridge upgrade. AECOM issued our initial report of the findings in July of 2023, and in 2024, we carried out addendum works to establish a basic option to compare costing.
Can I just ask you a question about that one comment you made?
Proceed.
So, you said in January 2015, Chestermere becomes a city and inherits the bridge. So does that mean because we became a city, we got a bridge as a gift? Like, had we stayed a town, would we have inherited the responsibility of the bridge?
I don't honestly know the answer.
I'm just wondering the baseline of that question, right? Because
Yeah, I think it was when it was Highway 1A, as I mentioned.
yeah.
It would have been run by Alberta Transportation. So there's been.
But are
also
the two
that-
connected is what I'm getting at. Liz?
When we took over the road, I was not here at that point in time, but it is my understanding that part of the negotiations included that bridge. I have reached out to Director Sandy Johal-Watt, and she's currently looking for the amount of money we did get as part of that deal for taking it over. And that is a common practice when a municipality changes from a town to a city. What I can tell you is I recall the number being really surprisingly low.
Okay.
So once I have that number. Oh, Stephen, do you know?
Just that the Highway 1A was devolved to the town of Chestermere in 2012. The town did not become a city until after that. They are completely separated issues. The decision to go from town to city came about through the MDP process in 2015-16, but 2012 is when Alberta Transit Province devolved Highway 1A to the town.
Right. Okay. So the city and becoming a city and the bridge are not directly connected. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
We did get funds to support the bridge in that agreement when we took it over in 2012.
Okay.
We will have that number for you before this presentation is done.
Great. Thank you.
To go over some project background for the scope of work. Firstly, we were to look at options to increase the bridge clearance, raising it from the existing height of approximately 5 feet or 1.6 meters up to 10 feet or 15 feet. Secondly, we were to develop constructability strategies for the implementation. Thirdly, to update the cost estimates. And fourth, to identify next steps for the development of the project. And the hopes are to achieve a new structure that better serves users of all modes. So continuing with project background, this is with respects to the WID. So the Western Irrigation District essentially owns the lake and controls its operation as a reservoir to the network of their irrigation channels. Water is raised in the spring to the high water elevation and lowered to the winter water levels after Thanksgiving weekend in the fall. And the visuals on the screen are a quick picture to illustrate the impacts of working in such an environment as the lake, where a substantial amount of embankment fill is required, and this needs to be coordinated such that the bulk of the embankment material can be placed when the lake level is dropped.
Morning, everyone. I'm Michelle Mitchell, the road leads for this project. Development for the design criteria for this project was established reviewing these existing corridor studies that identified a desire to reduce speed along Chestermere Boulevard as well as shifting classification from the rural arterial to urban boulevard, tying in with the surrounding developed areas. Key characteristics for the urban boulevard included parallel pathways for better user connectivity. The criteria referenced City of Calgary or City of Chestermere along with City of Calgary guidelines. This shown individual criteria tables are separated between roadway and multimodal to consider all users for this project. The approved project criteria provides the transition for lower urban speed with creating an inviting space for all users. With the selected project criteria, the proposed cross-section for the bridge replacement would move away from the narrow rural or highway section to an expansion for 4-lane divided with outside lanes slightly wider for transit and commercial vehicles. A proposed raised median is provided for buffer between the opposing traffic. The section shows multi-use pathways are proposed on either side with boulevard separation to provide user buffer with accommodation for landscaping and lighting. As shown on the slide, at the bridge, there is a transition to concrete barrier to provide further user protection. The project addendum added the basic option, matching with the existing clearance of 1.6 meters for the new structure, with a wider width and depth that would still trigger raising the profile for Chestermere Boulevard. During the addendum, AECOM reviewed the 2023 Master Transportation Plan Supplement, identifying changes from the initial project start, including a more defined cross-section details for city roads, wider lane widths and median spacing and bike lanes, and identifying project location as an arterial roadway. However, for the basic option, it was recommended to maintain the project cross-section to mitigate impacts to adjacent land, provide the lower speed, and flexibility in the design. However, the city should reaffirm road classification through this project area. Therefore, the basic cross-section is proposed to be similar to the 10-foot and 15-foot, with only the removal of the north pathway. As shown on the slide, the road embankment would have a side slope that would grade down to the lake bottom elevation. A warrant for barrier protection should be further reviewed by the city.
So this quick fly-through represents how we intend to turn that design criteria into a reality through carrying out the goals of the project. Namely, first, to create an upgraded channel underpass through removing piers and opening up of the lake channel, as well as increasing the bridge clearance for improved access between the north and south sides of the lake. 2, to have a focus on all modes of transportation, including vehicles, active modes, and lake users. 3, to upgrade the causeway cross-section to 4 lanes. 4, incorporating multi-use pathways on both sides of the causeway. And 5, narrowing lanes and lowering speeds, which were considered in conjunction with the added active modes facilities to provide the desired urban boulevard feel. Further in the presentation, we're also going to provide commentary on the cross connectivity of active modes to cross Chestermere Boulevard through infrastructure such as an earth-supported pathway below the bridge or through a separate tunnel underpass structure, which is kind of showing on the video right now.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dean, and through you to our administration, to our presenters. You'd mentioned, I think maybe it was number 2 in regards to opening up that channel. Looking at the video, and I know there's probably a lot more detail because the video is probably just a rendering. Opening of that channel, are you looking at height? Certainly, we know is a concern.
Right.
What about width? Because looking at the video, you can see that the width is pretty narrow. It allows basically one boat to go through.
Right.
And opening it up also for pedestrian traffic, whether it's bicycle or walking underneath,
Right.
is another issue. Is the proposal of these options inclusive of widening the channel as well to provide adequate headroom for vessels going underneath, or just or does it include the width also?
Right. So we'll come to that in a couple more slides.
I expected as much, thank you.
Yeah. Essentially, we are trying to maintain the channel opening for the water, but there are provisions for making that space more usable for one, and also for those underpass characteristics that you mentioned for pathways.
For the project site constraints, the project is located along Chestermere Boulevard, crossing over Chestermere Lake, with signalized intersections bordering either end of the project limits at West Chestermere Drive and East Chestermere Drive. Around the project area, we identified the various land uses, including residential in the northeast, commercial properties in both the northwest and southeast, John Peak Memorial Park to the northwest, and Anniversary Park to the southwest. There are 2 existing boat launches for lake access, including a public one within the northwest and a private one within the southeast. An existing storm pond is also located in the northeast quadrant. A high-level review for utilities has been completed for this project, with deep utilities for the city of Chestermere, including both existing and planned future, along with various third-party utilities. The identified utilities run parallel with the project, including the noted utility corridor to the north. The developed options included for horizontal geometry included minimizing impacts to the noted surrounding areas and minimizing road construction while incorporating the larger urban boulevard cross-section. Minimizing lake crossing length and impacts to the lake, and flexibility in different construction staging opportunities for the bridge replacement. Therefore, the bridge clearance options was determined that a single horizontal alignment be developed for analysis and evaluation at the current crossing location. Consequence for the higher bridge clearance, it is anticipated higher embankment heights would spill farther than the current embankment limits, as previously shown on the cross sections. Therefore, a slight shift of the road to the south via gentle curves to move the cross section and grading away from the noted utility corridor and the existing public boat launch. Tied to existing East Chestermere Drive is through a single curve, similar with existing conditions. Pathway connectivity would be carried on both sides with connections to either intersection for the 10-foot and 15-foot options. For the basic option, it would follow similar to existing conditions with pathway connectivity to the south side only.
And so next we'll look at those bridge options that were considered. So they were categorized into 3 main option families. Firstly, with 10-foot bridge clearances. Secondly, with 15-foot bridge clearance without an underpass pathway. And thirdly, a 15-foot bridge clearance with underpassing pathways. As you can see with the progression of the options, the bridge length is increased from 31.5 meters for option 1 to 38 meters for option 2 and 41 meters for option 3 to accommodate the taller height and the added pathway. We considered 3-span and single-span bridge options that have a focus on the openness of the channel in relation to the existing. So to kind of piggyback on your question there, we've placed the piers on the 3-span arrangement essentially to the outsides of what the wet channel is today to maximize that opening of the middle. There are some implications to going with just a complete open with no piers, and that basically is meaning that you'd need a deeper structure depth. So we've incorporated options for both the 3-span and the single-span, as I mentioned there in the cost estimating. As part of the addendum in 2024, we also considered a more basic bridge option. As mentioned by Michelle, the reduction of the north pathway was one of the pieces of that, and secondly, that this bridge option maintained the existing clearance of approximately 5 feet or 1.6 meters. With the basic option, we've kept that proposed span at approximately 31.5 meters, similar to option family 1, and that was to prevent the abutments of the bridge to be exposed to the lake waters.
To complement the bridge design, 2 profiles, as shown, have been developed to achieve the increased clearance for the 10-foot and 15-foot options. The 15-foot profile would result in lengthening the bridge span and along with deeper bridge section, as Kevin noted. The bridge crossing is located on a crest curve to allow for critical clearance at the highest profile point, thus allowing to tie to grade prior to the existing intersections.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you and administration to the speakers. Would you mind explaining this chart here? I'm getting that this is the profile of the grade. Is the current grade of the current bridge represented on this, or is this proposed?
So the approximate profile for the existing bridge would be that gray line that may be hard to see. So it's significantly lower based on this sketch here. So it's the gray, but it's a little offset to the south from existing road. But it's pretty flat right now. I don't know if there's a way to highlight it.
It's that dashed line.
Dashed line that's really low.
So, sorry, would I be correct? It's the one that kind of goes like this and then dips and goes like that, this dashed gray line?
Yes, that's correct. That's close to the approximate existing road. It's slightly lower than the existing just because the alignment that got pulled is south, so it's off of it.
So our existing road has a...
That's the ground.
That's the ground.
Ground.
Yeah, but it's the existing bridge right now is kind of at the bottom of a sag curve, and then it's generally flat across it, which is from a bridge point of view and a road point of view. You generally want to have that crossing a little bit higher that you can have drainage come away. So that's what we've established with this new proposed design to help with drainage as well as that bridge crossing approaching it.
Sure.
The figure also is exaggerated scale for the vertical, so like the video showed, it's very gentle. It's not this big abrupt hump.
Sure. Yeah, I gathered that from the video. What I'm trying to understand is the change in sightline. So, for example, if I'm in John Peak Park and I'm looking across the bridge, how will my view of the rest of the lake change? So what are we talking about in terms of the current bridge versus the proposed new bridge? Because it would need to be quite a bit higher by at least 10 feet unless you're digging down, which I haven't heard.
No, it would all be filled. It would depend on which option you propose. So right now we kind of have just the 10-foot and the 15-foot option, and then as well as potential for a tunnel underpass, which we can that's discussed later in the slides. So it all depends which option you go with. So in this one here, the 10-foot is pretty low. So it would be the crossing would be higher than it is today. And then the 15-foot would be the highest today. How much? Approximately 5.2. So an additional 5. So it'd be double. For the 10-foot option, it'd be about double of what the current is today.
For the height from water to underside of the bridge.
Depending on water level.
Yeah, we're talking summer levels, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think just to rehash, what I'm understanding then is that if you're along the lake on the west side, your view will be blocked to the rest of the lake. Just understanding. So it will be blocked with something beautiful, but it will be blocked to the rest of the lake. That's what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
If you picture like how the embankment of the causeway comes out quite a bit to the east as well, like where it's 2+00, that's pretty close to the intersection of West Chestermere Drive, right? So
yeah.
It's the whole can't remember the word, escarpment or something of how the causeway comes out. It will gradually grow higher and higher, but from Anniversary Park shooting across to John Peak Memorial Park, it's not going to be as drastic in that section, is what I'm saying. Closer to the parks, yeah, it kind of shows it.
It's like someone took control. Well, there might be further slides that might help illustrate that a little bit, as well as the video we can go back to as well.
Councilor Wozzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just like to comment to Councillor Sandbo's point. I don't think the visibility is all that great as it is, even with the bridge as it sits. Is it? Oh, well, then it really won't matter. So it's a really non-issue then.
We're good? Yeah. Good? Yeah? Okay.
So updated here is the new profile for the addendum option for the basic options of the 1.6 clearance. So these show that they're much lower than the 15-foot and the 10-foot. So two profiles were developed for the 1.6. For the single span, the profile matches in similar principle to the 10-foot and 15-foot vertical curve profile. For the multi-span bridge option, a vertical curve on the structure would be considered too flat and undesirable for drainage. As such, a tangent option was developed to provide minimum grade over the lake crossing. To achieve the minimum design criteria for the roadway profile, the basic options would have similar extents as the 10-foot option tie-ins. Pathways are provided along Chestermere Boulevard to cross the lake, connecting to either intersection. However, a focus for the project also considered cross-connectivity of Chestermere Boulevard to ensure accommodation for all users. Different options to cross Chestermere Boulevard were reviewed and assessed for only the 10-foot and 15-foot options that include the underpass shown in pink combined with a bridge structure, that would be discussed further and considered as part of family option 3 with 15-foot clearance only. The orange line shown as a desire line was previously identified in past city studies for our crossing connecting the parks closer to the lake shore. Options at this location include a separate tunnel underpass that is further considered with this study and discussed in later slides, a mid-block at-grade crossing, or an overpass option. For the mid-block at-grade crossing, as per signal operation, would be required as rectangular rapid flashing beacons are considered only for intersections. As well, close proximity to the existing signalized intersection, this may not be operationally suitable. An overpass option here would require additional structure infrastructure to achieve the required clearance over Chestermere Boulevard, thus would impact the adjacent parks for the required ramps along with steeper pathway grades and deemed not suitable for this project. Inclusions of the options into the surrounding area noted, the pink route, family option 3, could be seen as circuitous route for users to cross to the commercial space. However, there is value in walk space near the lake. For the 10-foot and 15 options, a pathway connectivity on the north would have to be considered further to avoid directing users into the existing boat launch area. Optional pathway connections, as shown in teal, could be considered to connect the existing infrastructure to avoid conflict with this boat launch. Mid-block options for the 10-foot both the underpass and tunnel have been reviewed. For the underpass option at the lake crossing, it was assessed. The noted 10-foot clearance with the required pathway elevation above the lake water height would result in a substandard clearance for users. Therefore, no underpass option has been developed for the 10-foot clearance. And that would be the pink option there for the 10-foot. For a separate tunnel underpass option, at the desire line, the pathway profile elevation was set at a minimum elevation to be higher than the lake water height. The road profile was subsequently set to accommodate the required tunnel clearance and road structure depth. As shown on the slide, the green tunnel line work, if developed for the 10-foot option, would become the critical elevation, higher than the lake crossing, and therefore for this project deemed not suitable. For both the 10-foot and basic options, it's recommended for the pathway cross connectivity to be completed via the existing signalized intersections. It is noted as shown on the slide, the East Chestermere Drive intersection does not currently accommodate users on all legs and should be further reviewed by the city.
So in contrast with the 10-foot options, the 15-foot options can accommodate underpass considerations, either through an underpass below the bridge or through a separate tunnel to the west. The upper rendering shows the bridge underpass option, which was developed for option family 3, where the pathway was accommodated through placing a flat spot in the embankment and to wrap below the bridge. The bottom rendering shows the separate tunnel underpass concept, which could be paired with option family 2 and is placed to the west near the existing retaining wall at Anniversary Park that was at that kind of noted desire line.
Councillor Sameh.
Thank you. And question through you to administration, please. I wonder, is there any additional information that can be provided, or has anybody talked to RCMP peace officers about these two different kinds of pathways and how we feel about the safety of these two different kinds of pathways?
So,
Yeah, I think that would be the next step in this process once we go through the full gamut of options.
Yeah, and through the
any
chair.
and all cases, we'd have to have that kind of septet principles of crime prevention through engineering design. So, for instance, with the tunnel underpass, we did have like lighting, and you can see with the renderings there, we tried to use useful ways of using the retaining walls to guide people in, but also prevent like little hidey hole corners that people could be hiding behind and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, and maybe through the chair, just to council, we maybe didn't highlight it at the start, but the intent of this presentation today is kind of to provide the options that were guided by previous council and by our council, and we'll get to the interesting stuff at the end of the costs of all these different things and see then what council would like us to continue forward looking at. So that'll all be that sort of next step in detailed design and consultation.
For sure. So for the separate tunnel underpass concept, as shown with the green line work, the 15-foot clearance profile was modified to accommodate the height over the underpass tunnel, and to minimize steep grades for users. The parallel pathways along the causeway were also carried over the tunnel to avoid users needing to drop down and come back up. This is kind of similar to an example from Kelowna, at the east side of Lake Okanagan, where they also have a pedestrian underpass as pictured in the left corner there. As shown in the rendering in the bottom right, retaining walls have also been identified with this option due to its close proximity to utilities to the north and to minimize impacts to the park to the south. The upper and lower pathways are connected to the west of the tunnel to avoid further need for more retaining walls. It's also noteworthy that we've aligned that pathway connection to the north side to link to that identified teal line that connects John Peak Memorial Park to Anniversary Park. So with the tunnel option, it was proposed that we would use standard precast units in efforts to simplify the construction and to minimize cost. The middle photo shows an example how these precast units can be used and how that infrastructure can turn out in those settings. And on the right, it shows the overall clearance box that was considered in our study, achieving approximately 3.5 meters of vertical clearance and 3.7 meters width, which was considered suitable for the multi-use underpass. So moving into our proposed construction strategies, in the study we focused on three main strategies. Firstly, an overall closure, which would require alternate detour routes. Secondly, a temporary detour alignment with a temporary bridge structure. And third, staged construction. So firstly, with the full detour option, of course we know existing emergency services are currently located on the east side of the city. So a full closure of the causeway would cause increased delay times for those response times. And furthermore, the crossing is also a key link to provide active modes connectivity between the west and east sides of the lake, where really no other options are available to those users. Due to those impacts to those key groups, this option was not considered suitable. Secondly, a temporary detour alignment and temporary structure were considered. This option would better allow some access to the new construction site. However, as we noted previously, the site is quite horizontally constrained, and this would have larger impacts on utilities, parks, and boat launches. Further, the temporary road embankment would need to be stay in place until traffic availability of the new structure, and so this would result in throwaway costs of the temporary embankment and would also require additional construction time to remove the detour again during low lake levels. Due to those impacts, this one was also not considered suitable. So in contrast with the challenges identified with the last two options, stage construction was considered to maintain through traffic during construction and better align with the project priorities. For these staging plans, the legend shows which areas are open to traffic in green. And in this first stage, the existing bridge is modified to accommodate construction of the southern half of the bridge, which will be shown in stage 2. The existing bridge consists of precast girders, some of which could be removed to accommodate greater working room. So that's what's shown in that modified bridge section. And in this concept, the pedestrians have been moved to the north side to better separate them from from construction. In stage 2, this is when the first half of the bridge and embankment are constructed, which are denoted in the yellow and purple colors. The traffic would remain on the existing bridge during this phase. And I'll note in cross section there, it shows the height difference between the old and new bridge, which would necessitate a temporary retaining wall down the middle of the causeway. So this slide shows how a temporary retaining wall system such as that could work. Essentially, it would work like a mechanically stabilized earth wall, where the weight of the new fill is used to brace back the open face and preserve a vertical face. For those of you who might be familiar with some of the projects in the recent projects in the Calgary area, projects such as the 162nd Avenue and McLeod Trail project, or Valley Ridge Boulevard in Trans-Canada for the West Calgary Ring Road project, both use systems like these, given the similar challenges. And as this component was considered to be a key consideration of project cost, those have been incorporated into the cost estimates. In the third stage, the second half of the bridge and embankment are constructed to the north, while traffic is moved to the newly constructed first half. The temporary retaining wall that I noted on the last slide would be buried as the road embankment is built up to that other side. And lastly, this shows the completion of the causeway when everything can be opened up to traffic. That moves us into our cost estimates section. So for the feasibility level of detail, Class 4 cost estimates were used, which have an accuracy range of plus 50% to minus 30%. You can see the range at the subtotal line is ranging between $13 million to $22 million. When we add in 30% contingency and 15% engineering, that range projects up to 19 to 32 million for the basic and the three main options. Also to the right, we also have included specific notes to that separate tunnel structure that was considered. That does look, it does come out to be a $5.6 million addition, and when it's paired with option 2, that comes to a grand total of 36.7 to do all of those things together. This next slide shows some of the key differences in prices that were noted. Firstly, between the 10 and 15 foot options, on average, the 15-foot option was a $7.6 million premium. And secondly, we see the difference between adding the underpass below the bridge, which was essentially captured by the difference between options 2 and 3. That was a $1.8 million addition, so quite a bit less than that separate tunnel underpass structure that came at 5.6. And also in comparison with comparing the basic options to the 10 and 15 foot options, the 10 foot clearance would come at a premium of approximately $5 million more than the basic option, and the premium to go to the 15 foot was approximately 12.6 more than the basic. We'll also note specific mention to a few of the line items in those cost estimates, with the embankment construction and the bridge structure, which represented main differences in the cost breakdowns. You can see the range of the embankment construction between $2 and $6 million across the options there, as well as the range for the bridge being between 6 and 10 million. So that brings us to our evaluations. Our evaluations were a two-pronged approach. Firstly, with a qualitative approach, and secondly, with a quantitative approach. With the qualitative approach, we looked at if an option was aligned with the project priorities based on these 9 criteria. Green, yellow, and red were assigned to each to note how aligned they were with project priorities. Overall, you can see that option 1 scored the most greens, but was attributed 1 red. Option 3 had the second highest green with no reds, and the basic option was tied for the second highest greens, but also had that 1 red, similar to option 1. Option 2 received the most yellows. So some further commentary on those rankings. For options 1 and the basic option, they scored green on the cost due to their low cost attributes. In relation to the parallel paths category, option 1 was scored the highest at green because it has a gentle profile and incorporates pathways on both sides of the causeway. The basic option scored yellow because of the removal of the north side pathway, and option 3 was also scored a yellow because the profile is a little bit steeper to carry the active modes across the bridge. We do note that max grade is still only 3.6%, which is still considered quite suitable for active modes and the all ages and abilities aspects there. For the underpassing path, option family 1 and the basic option were scored as the reds because they're considered to be unfeasible to get that underpass path. while option family 3 is scored green because it's fully accommodated there. And in terms of construction, option family 1 and the basic option were scored as green on account of there being less embankment material needed. But it is noteworthy that really all options do require that multi-stage construction. So that kind of drives the overall schedule for construction, as well as coordination with those raising and lowering of the lake levels as mentioned previously. So secondly, with our quantitative approach, weighting was assigned to each of the categories, as you can see. It's noteworthy that the cost category weighs approximately 3 times higher than other categories. And essentially active modes are also weighted in a way 2 times higher than other categories, given that there are 2 categories for them. The results show that really all options are quite viable, given that the scoring is showing within 1 to 2% of each other for all concepts. We note that future proofing is more available through options like option 2 or option 3 compared to, well, the basic option and the option family 1 have a higher focus on reduced costs. So the keys to the next steps will be to balance city priorities and to see which of these options best incorporates the city's future plans for the surrounding area. So that brings us to our conclusions and next steps. So for conclusions, we've found that all the options that were presented are viable pending city budget. Of course, if there's not enough money for one of these options, that would make it not viable. But with the current status, they are all viable until that is decided. And all options also minimized impacts to the existing intersections and stayed within the project limits. The project's been shaped to incorporate all modes of transportation, including vehicles, active modes, and lake users. And for next steps, some of the things that we see as needed include furthering the utility investigations and stakeholder engagement, such as with the WID and with emergency services. And secondly, to build on the philosophies that we feel have been somewhat cemented through the completion of this study, which includes stuff like using the staged construction schematic for the overall build-out. And again, there's a need to establish how the presented concepts best fit with the city's overall plan for revitalizing the surrounding area. Well, that brings us to the conclusion of our presentation, so thanks a lot for your time, and we welcome questions and comments.
Great, thank you. Nothing like coming back in 2025 and making a decision on what affects the next 75 years of Chestermere. It's awesome. First of all, CAO Mr. Edney, and then Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Mayor, and through yourself to, I guess, to administration, which is myself in a way. What's the condition of the current bridge? We heard it's 67 years old. Is it imminently failing? Is it got 10 years of life in it? Are there things, I know that was probably outside the scope of this, but this is a very big financial impact to the city. Is there an in-between between just replacing it and doing some kind of maintenance on it for another 10 years? Just before council gets into their questions.
Thank you. Who in the mic?
Great question. So in the budget deliberations, we've reached out to community operations to budget for a bridge condition assessment this year to basically determine the condition of the existing bridge and address any immediate repairs that need to be done ahead of the year that we plan to construct the bridge.
Do we know when the last condition assessment was done? Like, do we have any information as of a year or two ago, or has it been a really long time?
I'll have to look into that and report back.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm kind of throwing myself
no
under
problem.
the bus here right now a little bit, but.
To answer that question, I am reaching out to our manager of roads to see, because I do know they have been done in the past. And so we do have some information. I just don't have that at my fingertips. So I will see if I can get that for council at some point today. Since we have a lot of transportation items on the agenda, I'll bring it back when I have it.
Great, thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship. Because my question is also for administration. Mr. Adney asked one of my questions, so that's all right. Because one of the things that was missing in the presentation, and I do understand that it's a pretty high-level presentation at this point, was the timeline as to when you were expecting. But nevertheless, the other part of it is of course funding, because the source of funding, because that would determine what we can build, right? And if you don't have that information right now, maybe in the next presentation, if you can provide that, what would be the source of funding for this? I think Mr. Adney has a response to this.
Yeah, just through the chair to Councillor Ryan. Yeah, that's part of the final budget process. Kind of we talked about looking forward in the preliminary budget of how do we manage all of these higher price initiatives we have coming. So that's something we'll look at too, because my same question was, we inherited this from the province, kind of at its end of life. What support can we get from the province to help us out on this? And how much comes from offsite levies and how much comes from just the city's coffers too. So I don't have a good understanding of that, but I'm sure our finance and engineering team does.
Great, thank you. Liz and then Councillor Schindler.
I can build on that answer in that I believe as we move forward with whatever choice is made in terms of future bridge, we would be looking at what grants are available at that time and what grants we can chase in an addition. What I can say is the Highway 1 bridge RSA that is specific to this bridge from when this happened is at approximately 2.5 million, which is not enough money. And I believe that with all OSL items, this would be calculated based on need for existing population versus contribution from future population. And that if we do a different design that has a higher change in design, more of that will be attributed to the current population, not the future one. So that the bridge type that is chosen will also influence the amount of money that can be attributed to the OSL versus existing population.
Okay, Councillor Schindler, then Councillor Sambo.
Okay, so hi. Through the chair to administration, I think most of my comments have to do with next step stuff. So if I can just rapid fire some of these next step stuff, I think these are the answers that I think after we get this approval is what I'm looking for. Is so we talked just briefly about grants for going forward, but active transport grants might help us with getting tunnels and that built. Through administration to the presenters, was high water data used to calculate the pathway heights? So 100, 500 year high water levels?
I don't know if we went that far back. We did look at historical data available, and
right.
There is a section in the report that notes how we placed that elevation for the underpassing pathway.
Right.
It was one of the key pieces of why we didn't recommend a pathway connected with the 10-foot options.
Right.
With underpasses, the benchmark for overhead clearance is generally at least 3 meters.
Yes.
Which is right at 10 feet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that basically places your pathway elevation right matching to the lake. So that's why we wanted to bring it up so that you have some headwater levels
right.
that aren't going to see regular safety issues with your underpass. I think it's been a little while since I recall when we placed that pathway elevation. It was like in and around that highest documented water level, and then we also know that it is a man-made and man-controlled facility, so they have the abilities to open up gates and stuff like that to control the level if it is moving. So.
Okay. Sorry, there was one really important one. Oh yes, my concern with raising the level of the bridge is we're going to start allowing larger boats to go through, and that creates larger wakes, which means also more damage to our beach and lakefront property owners, bank erosion, etc. So has any thought been taken to or can we start thinking about the size of boats that we're going to be allowing on our lake? We start getting the big ones, we're going to start wrecking people's properties and our property as well. And that's all I have right now.
Councillor Sambo.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And a question through you again to Mr. Edney and Co. The recommendation to council on my sheet says to bring back additional information to a future council meeting and to initiate the project. What's the intent here with initiate the project? Are we making a decision today to move ahead with this? Has there already been a motion of council at some point to move ahead with this project? Where are we at?
Thank you, Councillor Sambo. I had the same question about the end of that motion as well.
Yeah, so through the chair, I guess I'm not talking directly about what initiate the project is. I think the intent from the team would have been just giving us that direction to start pursuing one of these different options. I think at this stage, having listened to the presentation and the questions, we should come back with some more information first. I think the funding question is the most important. We might all like a 15-foot high bridge with 2 underpasses, but if we don't have $33 million and we only have 20, that may help guide the decision, unfortunately, or give us some time to look at alternate ways of potentially funding it and considering for council all the other projects that are coming up. So my suggestion would be to accept this for information and ask administration to bring back more information on funding options and those kind of things.
Councillor Sambo and then Liz.
Mm-hmm. Just in follow-up to that, thank you, Mr. Edney, because I also agree. I'm currently forming an opinion on whether this project should be completed in the near future, and I would need so much more information to form an opinion on which of the options I think would be suitable for the community.
Yeah, and sorry, just to answer that question quickly, I think one of the most important aspects of this too is understanding where the bridge is at.
Yeah.
I know we don't always want to kick things down the road, but if it's urgent, it's different than if we can make it last another 15 or 20 years, then right now it's just an inconvenience, and that's a different project, in my opinion. So we should
Absolutely.
get an understanding of what that looks like.
And this is a very interesting and exciting and flagship project. I also read my agenda package yesterday, so I learned about this yesterday. So thank you for the presentation. It's very, very interesting, but so much more information needed.
Liz.
I have been chatting with our manager of roads, so I have a couple pieces of very important information from him. And so I echo this comment that right now, until we have more information, is not the time to make a decision on next steps on this. He has confirmed that in 2019 an assessment was done, and there were recommendations at that time that he is still investigating what was done after that and what those recommendations and how they were followed through. We don't have that information at this point in time. It is in the budget for 2025 in the spring to be doing an assessment again. So in my opinion, knowing that that's upcoming and that gives us some very important trigger information in terms of priority and urgency, I would suggest that right now it is get that report done, come back with that information so that council and administration understands the urgency. And then in an ideal world, it's not an urgent project and we're able to take the time to sort through which option is the best option, do some engagement, look at that funding and have a bigger holistic picture beyond a very important first step report. depending on what that says about the condition of the bridge, we could have a very different conversation. But I'm going to go optimistic here, and that we'll have some time to continue that. So I would suggest we come back after that is done.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the administration and to the presenter. It's a really nice presentation. Thank you so much. And lots of information. And I have so many questions, but I just need, before we can pursue, there is a view, because we have to raise the bridge for 10 or 15, whatever will come down. And the underpath is hidden, so we need to ask from the RCMP perspective side too, from the crime and area, because it's hidden, is not open like publicly. And for the view as well, when we are raising the bridge 10 or 15 inch, there is a lakefront owner. They paid for the view and for the water. Are we able to conduct like any feedback from the community for this one or not, or we are planning in the future? I just need to know, because or only here as administration we are making decision.
CAO, Mr. Edney.
Yeah, through the mayor to council, I can take that. We can do anything you want us to do. No, really, at the end of the day, we're here at council's disposal. So if we got to a spot where there's a couple of options that council liked and a couple of costs, we can absolutely host some kind of community engagement event if you'd like us to. So, yes, that's always an option to do anything that council needs to help make a decision.
Is part of this a part of our big fun planning night on January 20th with our MDP and things like that? Is any discussion about this a part? Not at all. Okay, thank you.
Okay, and the other thing, when we raise the bridge higher, obviously because moist under the bridge all the time, because there is water always, so bridge normally do icy. There is that any info or any study conducted, if we raise higher, is more moisturizer or slippery happening on the bridge? That one, any study conducted about that, the icy bridge? Because I know once we are hiring the height, so the moist perspective is so that also I need to know as well for the safety for the vehicles and stuff, if it's more icy or slippery. So what exactly we are going to do for that one as well. And because Chestermere Boulevard is a very busy traffic area for the traffic safety as well. So those all the information, actually I need to get that one as well.
How the design was developed there, the grades are quite gentle, they are quite shallow. They're kind of for minimum drainage. They aren't in the classifications where you usually need de-icing measures because it is so gentle, and also with the reduced speeds, it should improve the safety aspects in that regard as well.
Okay, Councilman Ryan.
Thank you.
Thank you, through your worship. And I guess my question is for administration again. So, understandably, this will be coming back with a lot more information. And if you could incorporate the cost, also the cost of realigning the roads further east, so coming down the ramp from 16th, I'm pretty sure there will be some realignment needed there, including traffic, which includes pedestrian, thank you. Traffic coming in from Clearwater, because I think there has to be some form of alignment coming onto the bridge, and what's that gonna, cost as well? So if that can be incorporated next time around as well. Thank you.
And to answer part of the alignment question, our design did tie in prior to East Chestermere Drive with where the left turn bays are. So our design is fully encapsulated between East Chestermere Drive and West Chestermere Drive for the tie-in.
And thank you. And I was looking into further east of that, just coming down the ramp, that little 100 meters, whatever.
Councillor Schindler? Oh, okay. Councillor Worzanowski?
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through you, the chair, and through to administration, just touching on points that Sameh and Kent Edney talked about, the budget being paramount. You know, certainly we can't do it without the money. And I just wanted to clarify with Liz in regards to getting the study back, not only in regards to the status of the current bridge and its condition and whether it's urgent or not, but what population, what traffic density will probably be the most important question on when. Other than the condition of this, I think that's paramount, is what level of population do we need to consider? And I think you touched on it. We don't have that information. I know we're talking a lot about traffic today. I think that really is what will tell us that there's always one bottleneck in every system. And that to me seems like the most obvious one. So that I just wanted that clarification from Liz, because you did touch on it when you mentioned the study coming back to us over and above the condition of the bridge and what it's going to cost.
We have a big roads update today, and we have the author of our TMP in the audience at the moment, who knows our trigger points that are identified in the TMP. So I think that someone in the audience knows the answer and will be presenting shortly. So he could either answer this question now, I think you might be looking it up, or you could answer it in a little bit. But we should have called today the big transportation fund planning day. Okay. So we'll get you that answer, because there definitely is population triggers as well that go both with the population and the state of it. There's many factors to consider about timing. I think I'll add one piece of history that's important. This was started before this council was in place. And so at that point, it was great work had been done. Let's follow it through, because regardless of when this goes forward, whether it's in 6 months or it's in 3 years or 8 years or 40, if the bridge is made out of some super strength material, we need this information. And so that's where there was the addendum done to add in the base option and look at everything. So that's why you guys are seeing this right now. This is a carry forward from previous. And I guess in a way being really proactive in terms of when we have to make this decision, we'll have some great information to start us off.
I have a few comments coming about the proactivity and the waiting and I'm just waiting. Councillor Grant and then Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenters, administration of the presenters. I was largely having the same questions about timing. It's critical for sure. You know, I've been thinking about what's going on with Chestermere Boulevard and the widening of it and how this relates to that, but in conjunction, where Clearwater is and how fast Clearwater is going to develop. Because we have a massive community developing on the east side of our community, and they are going to use this bridge. And as soon as that community gets built out, that congestion is going to be substantial. So while I don't believe we need it right now, I do want administration to be keenly aware of the timing. And I would almost want to, you know, having a crystal ball, make sure that we're dealing with this before it's an issue. As we've run into many historical items in Chestermere where they didn't get dealt with, and now they're a huge traffic congestion issue, and we're trying to deal with it with massive amounts of traffic on the road. So while I believe that this isn't critical right now, I would like to do it before we are at that critical point, especially with the realignment options that are having to happen with this bridge. Because if we have a whole community trying to cross this bridge on a temporary structure, it's going to be backed up for half an hour to an hour. So I just want to make sure that we're really trying to look at that and analyze what that growth is going to look like. And hopefully we can get that crystal ball and hit it right, or at least to the best of our abilities is what I'm hoping. And I did have a second question about the tunnel under the bridge. Is there an option? I know Councillor Schindler talked about the height requirement. Is there an option to reduce that height requirement so that a 10 10-foot bridge would work with a pathway underneath?
So as I mentioned, the benchmark of standard overhead clearance is right at that 3 meter mark. So that is kind of the crux of things, and also dealing with the water levels. Is it impossible to say that it can't be done? You could maybe put like a flood protection thing in front of the pathway.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we went with like a 9-foot. If we went with like a 9-foot box, does that accommodate the 10-foot bridge and enough height from the water that it would work? It's not ideal, not engineering standard, sure, but would it work? Would it suffice?
At this juncture, it doesn't really meet code. So like if that was, and if that's something that if the city wanted to do as like an exception, I would suggest that it does have those safety measures in place, such as, protecting it from getting flooded frequently and those types of things, for sure.
Bonus Park has a couple that are like that, that are lower. Yeah, and I feel like on your first comments you were just reading my note. I'm just telling you. Councilor Worzynowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. The only last comment that I would suggest through the chair and administration is when we do look at the funding model and the planning model, that we do engage as many stakeholders, because the WID may have a role here as well. They do manage the lake levels. If they had more clear height at the bridge, that may be able to increase the lake levels to a higher level. That I think would be strong reception from people who use the lake. And then there may be, when we're looking at the project cost model, I'm sure we'll be engaging, the province and maybe even go after, other funding models, whether it's the federal government or not. But I just wanted to make that comment that Councillor Narayan mentioned Centron. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts around that bottleneck that's right in the center of our city. So let's include the WID, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councilor Grant, Councilor Worzynowski, I want to echo what you're saying. I think one of the things that I certainly appreciate about this council is the commonality and the theme lines that flow through. And so what I would say is a couple of things. One, I want to echo some comments that have been made. First of all, from Councilor Grant, then Councilor Worzynowski. You were alluding to this a little bit. But for Councilor Grant, alluding to the idea of, I love the fact that we're being proactive on this, and please let's continue to be proactive on this. I think we have a few situations in Chestermere right now where we have some pretty fun bottleneck situations where I'm not sure we have been as proactive as we could have been. Chestermere Boulevard and all that density that is in there, and that's not even, we don't have residents living there yet, and it's already busy, and that's about to get a whole lot worse. Rainbow Road took a while to get done, those sorts of things. And so, first of all, I guess what I'm saying is thank you to our administration for being proactive on this. I do echo those sentiments that as we're seeing more development coming along, that's going to happen. Number two, I would also like to encourage us on that proactivity piece. Yes, Councilor Worzynowski. The engaging with WID and things like that, but also starting now on going after funding models. If the big picture of this is $36 million, if we were to go for everything, if we're going for broke, then I think now is the time to start to engage partners either at the federal, provincial, whatever levels that we can, as well as other stakeholders around the area, as opposed to getting to that urgency piece, which is sometimes where we end up, and then we try to do that engagement piece. So again, I think I very much support the proactivity on this, but I don't think that an acceptance for information means, though, that it should be a pause, if you will, for other levers that we should be looking to pull, right? Like I think we should be looking at other strategies at the political level where we as mayor and councilors are utilizing, we have some upcoming events and start to have these types of conversations. This is another big project, and to echo sentiments that have been made by this council, we do not want to wait till we are at that critical mass and all of a sudden Clearwater is fully developed and we're like, oh, we should do a bridge, right? So thank you to administration. I know that today's going to be the big traffic fun day that we are going to be working on. I did have a question in here. That maybe it was said and I missed it. If we were to, or is this even known yet? So if the trigger was pulled and what would be the construction timeline from the time we started to put a shovel in the ground to the time that the car started to drive on it? Do we have any timeline as to how long then it would take to build said bridge?
I think it's something that maybe we discussed in the past presentation. I think just given the nature of the staging that needs to occur and also dealing with the lake levels, it might be a multi-year construction. It might need to be that the lake levels are dropped. There's a big push of putting in embankment fills wherever we can. We might not have access to all areas. So that'll be a big winter push. A bunch of bridge stuff can happen over the winter, such as foundations and stuff like that. You'd use a full summer getting the elements like the bridge deck and all that stuff prepared over a season. I don't think it's likely that you could finish two halves, just given the nature of that staging requirement, within one summer. But I think it's something that could certainly be done in 2 years.
Okay, great, thank you. And do any of the new installations that have been done going under the lake at all affect this? This was taken into account. Those were taken into account for this upcoming project. Fantastic. Okay, so coming out of this, you were looking for 2 motions. Is that correct? Okay, so the 2 motions you were looking for is that we accept this as information, first of all, correct? So I think that that's the easy one for us to do first, right? And then I think there's going to be some conversation about the second one, because I echo what Councillor Sambo was getting at with regards to the initiate the project piece of that. So can we handle the first motion first and then talk about the possibility of the second motion? Does that work? Council, we good with that? Okay, so can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler?
I move that council accept the Chestermere Boulevard bridge upgrade feasibility study for information.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions? Call for the vote. Oh, it went blank again. Do we need to revote? I think we need to revote. Yep, that worked. Thank you, and that carried. So yeah, I echo the sentiments Councillor Sambo had a moment ago there about initiating the project. However, I think we've all indicated that we are wanting to have more information. So I guess I'm looking to administration as to, based on the conversation that you've heard back now from council, initiate the project. Do you have a? So can we handle the first motion first and then talk about the possibility of the second motion? Does that work? Council, we good with that? Okay, so can I have a councillor make the following motion, please?
The best course of action is to
Councillor Schindler?
look for get the information on the information that's
I move
presented
that
back
council
and-
accept the Chestermere
and bring it
Boulevard
forward again
bridge
before we
upgrade
initiate
feasibility
the
study
project
for
and move forward.
information.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions?
Yeah, because I think the initiate the project should come
Call for the vote.
with a council resolution with a budget with it. So my suggestion on the way this is worded, I think it's good enough if we just took off and to initiate the project.
Okay. Council, is there any specifics that you wanted added to this, or are we comfortable? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. To answer your question, I would suggest the only thing we need to add is a
Went
date.
blank again. Okay. Do we need to revote? Thank you. Counselor, is there any other specifics that you want to add to this, or are you okay with the broadness of it? I'm just thinking of all the things
that worked.
Thank you, and that carried.
Are there some specifics
So yeah,
that you
I
wanna
echo
add, or
the sentiments
comfortable with
Councillor
the,
Sambo
more
had a moment
information
ago
and feel
there
that,
about initiating the project.
administration
However,
has
I think
kind
we've
of
all
direction.
indicated that we are wanting to have more information. So I guess I'm
date-wise,
looking
we
to
looked at
administration
the
as to,
administration, is
based on the conversation that you've heard back now from
Rather than
council,
by the end of
do you have a, so
2025,
can we
I
handle the
think
first
that,
motion first and
regarding
then
the
talk
option
about the
presented
possibility
after
of the second
the
motion?
bridge
Does that
assessment is
work?
the 2025 bridge
Council, we good
assessment
with
is
that?
completed.
Okay.
I think that
So
is
can I have a
such
councillor
critical
make the
piece
following
of
motion, please?
information that
The best course of action
that
is
would be
to
the
Councillor Schindler?
look for get the information on the information that's
I move
presented
that
back
council
and-
accept the Chestermere
and bring it
Boulevard
forward again,
bridge
before
upgrade
we
feasibility
initiate
study for
2025
information.
bridge assessment
Great,
is
thank you. Any
complete.
comments, questions?
Yeah, because I think the initiate the project should come
Call for the vote.
with a council
Thank you, Mayor
resolution
Dean.
with a budget with it. So
And through you,
my
administration,
suggestion
Liz,
on
should we
the
also
way this
add-
is worded, I
certainly
think
the
it's good
condition of
enough
the
if we
bridge is
just
the
took
most
off
important,
and to
obviously, but
initiate
should
the
we add the
project.
traffic, or do we have a good understanding of what the population? and traffic
Council,
needs
is
to
there
look
any
like before-
specifics that you
if the
wanted added to
bridge is
this,
in
or are
fine
we
condition
comfortable?
when that needs to be
Councillor
upgraded?
Worzanowski.
Should we add that? Thank to you, this
Uh,
Mayor motion? Dean.
No, because
to
we
answer your
also wanna
question, I
look
would
at,
suggest the only thing we need to
the
add
number
is
of
a
Went
date.
blank
pieces
again.
that we've
Okay.
talked about
Do we need to
today.
revoke?
So if
Councillor, is there any other
administration has
specifics
any,
that
you know,
you want to
questions
add
before
to this,
coming
or are
back with a
you
report,
okay
we'll come
with
watch
the
this video again.
broadness?
Okay.
And
I'm
look
just
at the
thinking of
discussion.
all
Yep,
the
that
things that
worked.
we
Thank you, and
listed
that
with
carried.
regard.
Are there some specifics
So yeah,
that
I
you wanna
echo
add,
the sentiments
comfortable with
Councillor
the,
Sambo had a moment
specific
ago there
with
about
the,
initiating the project. However, I think we've all indicated that we are wanting to have more information. So I guess I'm looking to administration as to, based on the conversation that you've heard back now from
Rather than by the end of
do you have a, so
2025,
can we
I
handle the
think
first
that,
motion first and
regarding
then
the
talk
option
about
presented
the possibility
after
of the second
the
motion?
bridge
Does that
assessment is
work?
the 2025 bridge
Council, we good
assessment
with
is
that?
completed.
Okay.
I think that
So
is
can I have a
such
councillor
critical
make the
piece
following
of
motion?
information that
The best course of action
that
is
would
to
be the
Councillor Schindler?
look for get the information on the information that's
I move
presented
that
back
council accept the Chestermere Boulevard bridge upgrade feasibility study for information.
assessment.
Great, thank you. Any comments, questions?
Yeah, because I think
Or
the
at this
initiate
time,
the
we just
project
have
should
let's
come
call for the vote.
with a
Thank
council
you, Mayor
resolution
Dean.
with a budget with it. So
And through you,
my
administration,
suggestion
Liz,
is
should we
the
also
way this
add-
is worded, I
certainly
think
the
it's good
condition of
enough
the
if we
bridge is
just
the most
took off
important,
and
obviously,
to
but
initiate
should we
the
add the
project.
traffic, or
I
do we
don't
have a
think you
good
need to
understanding
for
of
that.
what
I think
the
that's part of it.
population? and traffic
Council,
needs
is
to
there
look
any
like before-
specifics that you
if the
wanted added to
bridge is
this,
in
or are
fine
we
condition
comfortable?
when that needs to be
Councillor
upgraded.
Worzanowski.
Potentially done.
Should we add that? Thank you, Mayor Dean.
No, because
to
we
answer your
also wanna
question, I
look
would
at,
suggest the only thing we need to
the
add
number
is
of
a
Went
date.
blank
pieces
again.
that we've
Okay.
talked about
Do we need to
today.
revoke?
So if
Councillor, is there any other
administration has
specifics
any,
that
you know,
you need to
questions
add to
before
this, or are
coming
you
back with a report,
okay
we'll come
with
watch
the
this video
broad? Are you
again.
comfortable with the motion?
And
I'm
look
just
at the
thinking of
discussion.
all the
Yep.
things that's currently on the table. Ms. Armitage.
The word bridge is missing after the 2025 bridge assessment is complete.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Administration, are you comfortable with the? So, excuse me. Administration, are you comfortable with the wording of the motion? Yeah, good. Council, are you comfortable with the wording of the motion? Great, thank you. Council, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that council direct administration to bring back additional information to a future meeting of council regarding the options presented after the 2025 bridge assessment is complete.
Great, thank you. My only comment on this, and I'll open for debate as it's now inside the motion, is I would really like to encourage ongoing proactivity on this project and having this. I know that we have to wait for the bridge assessment, and there's that piece of it, but I do see this as a bit of a higher priority. So when we're putting this on the action list, I guess I would request that the priority be listed as a higher one, given the development concerns that we're facing. Not concerns, sorry. Given the amount of development that we're seeing and the ongoing construction, I guess that's the only thing is my comment within the motion would be that we continue to be very proactive on this project. Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with you that roads projects, and this one in particular, are likely higher priority. I'm also expecting that the information coming back from a financial perspective is that the pot that would be spent on this is also spent on a number of other high priorities we have. So that is currently front of mind for me in assessing the priority of this item. And I think that's a robust conversation that council should have after we have that information of where it fits into the priority. I think I'm happy with this motion. And I think that the question is not if, but when, and a serious consideration of when with the funding model.
Yes, thank you. By proactivity, I certainly am not saying, not suggesting at all on the priority side of it that we aren't facing some other pressures as well. Just this is a big one, as well as the others. With that, call for the vote. Yeah, call for the vote. Great, thank you. And that's complete. Was there anything else with this item from administration? Awesome. Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it. We'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:35. Thank you. Thank you. Morning, everyone. Welcome back. We're now moving on to our correspondence and information, which is item 7.1, which is our action list. And I believe for this, I'm turning it over to our CAO, Mr. Ed.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair to council, you can see in front of you the action item list. Most of it hopefully is self-explanatory. This is just following up on the motions that have been made by council to give you an update on where we are at in executing on those motions. You'll notice on the right-hand side, most of these motions have been assigned a date. They're coming to a specific meeting, and we're working towards that. So if there's any particular questions, please let me know. I'll just highlight a couple on the second page. Just as a heads up, the third motion from the top, that council and approve an expenditure up to $73,000 for fixing the sound wall. That's coming back, you'll notice, and there's some really good news on that one. I won't spoil it because I'll let Mr. Fluker talk about the good news that happened on that project. So that's why it's coming back and not just checked off as completed. And then just at the bottom, this is maybe more for Councilor Ryan's interest. The motion that was made to go to FCM is just in progress. It's been sent to them, but we haven't got the confirmation that they've accepted it and are going through their process. So once we get that back from them, then I'll mark this off as complete. But what was needed to be done on our end is complete. So other than that, unless there's any specific questions, that's the action item list for today.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, the only question I had, Mr. Edney, I guess that'd be through you to our legislative services as well. I believe work is also continuing on, we were looking at some historical data as well with regards to action lists, and will that be coming back to all of council then will we be looking at that at a GAP meeting?
Yeah, through the chair. I think that's our intent is we'll go back, and if there's anything that wasn't done,
okay,
our intent is to bring that back, and then perhaps just follow up if it's still a motion that we want to execute on, or give you an update as to why we haven't. But that's something Ledge Services is working through right now.
Right. So so that work,
so the answer
is ongoing.
At some point, yes. Hopefully sooner than later, we can come back and have a good answer for you on that.
Great. Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council with regards to the action list? Great, thank you. Can I have a motion to accept the action list for information? Can I have a councillor make Councillor Sameh?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that council accept the action list update for information.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, and that's carried. Item 8.1, our Chestermere Roads update presented by Catherine Doherty, our Manager of Infrastructure and Planning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Catherine Doherty. I'm the Manager of Infrastructure and Planning here at the City of Chestermere within the Community Growth and Infrastructure team. Today I'm bringing forward a recommendation to Council. The Council accept the presentation regarding the historical anticipated future needs of the road network within the City of Chestermere and adjoining lands. So with me today, I have Stephen Power. He is our transportation planning engineer on contract with the city. He was responsible for the TMP supplement that we'll be bringing after this presentation. And the report I've prepared is pretty bleak and references Stephen's presentation he's going to give, but I want to give the context to council prior to the presentation that the intention here was through the budget deliberation process we went through, there was a lot of questions about the roads in the city and how they work and why things are happening. And we've had a previous presentation on Rainbow Road North, and you're going to have another presentation today on Rainbow Road North. And the intention here was to bring in our expert who knows a lot of the things, who has the continuity of the history of the city and has worked through these processes to answer all of these big, hairy, audacious questions that are coming out. And then I will add, previously with the previous council, there was a workshop that was done in closed session with Stephen where he presented these. But in the air of transparency, the direction we received from council during budget deliberations was to bring Stephen here at a meeting so it can be public and so council's questions can be addressed directly and hopefully provide some clarity and continuity as to why things are the way they are and what the plan is going forward. So I'll also add the layer of context that the next thing on our agenda is our Transportation Master Plan supplement that we're going to be seeking adoption for. So the intention here is to put this general presentation first, ask all of the crazy questions or big worries that we have, get the right answers so that it's saved in here, and then when we bring other motions forward, you've ideally already kind of addressed them here. So nothing is off limits with respect to roads. Please ask us anything and we will do our best to answer those questions for you. So with that, I will bring forward Stephen.
Great, thank you. I'll start by saying, yeah, no questions are off limits. However, no guarantees I'll be able to answer them all either. I don't have a crystal ball, and I can't tell you whatever developer in Chestermere is going to do in the next 30 years. So there's a lot of it depends is going to be an answer in a lot of cases, but I think you know that already. So with that, I will jump into the presentation. There we go. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to run through some things. I think probably best if we just have some questions as we go. I think that's easier than waiting till the end, because I think it is intended to be a bit of an interactive session. I'll start off by going through a lot of the things that you may not control, but have a lot of impact on what happens in Chestermere. So I think that's really important to get that context, that an awful lot of the issues you see are not in your control, which is tough, but reality. So what I want to go through, update you a little bit on some of the key connections around Chestermere, talk a little bit about how some of the existing and future streets that are internal to Chestermere and those that are of regional significance impact your transportation and mobility and how you get around, as well as those outside of Chestermere, and help to provide some context around some of the traffic issues that you're seeing as you go on. So moving right into some of the regional connections. The CMRB over the last number of years has done a couple of major transportation studies. In fact, the first one, the North study, was done prior to the CMRB even being in existence. The South and East came afterwards. Chestermere was part of both of those studies because you're kind of on that line where North and South in the Calgary region hit. Some of the things that have come out of that, one is the need for a planning project around Pagan Trail. I don't have the entire region here, obviously, just what affects Chestermere, but Pagan Trail is really important. I'm going to come back and talk a little more about Pagan Trail, but the plan is, and has been for quite some time now, to eventually shift Township Road 240 to the north as you go west from Chestermere and connect to Pagan Trail and have a through route. There's a need for functional planning study. It's got all kinds of issues with it, depending on what happens. And of course, as you can imagine, there's all kinds of parties involved. It passes through Calgary, Rocky View, Chestermere, involves Alberta transportation, economic corridors. It's got all kinds of issues with it. And I'll show you a little bit later what some of those issues are. And then there's also been a number of other projects that have been ranked by priority in terms of things that impact Chestermere. And the number one priority in the region that was identified when they put these two studies together was 17th Avenue / Chestermere Boulevard from 84th to Rainbow Road. So, your main east-west arterial is the number one priority in the region. It doesn't mean anything's getting done about it. It just means it's the top priority based on the scoring system that was put forward. But you'll also see ranked number 19 was Pagan Trails we talked about, and also the Memorial connection, and we'll talk a little bit about that as well. So, Highway 1. Lots of questions about Highway 1. A lot of issues as we talk to the development community and we talk about the offsite levies. And I'm going to flip a little bit into the Transportation Master Plan discussion because it's important as we talk about things. Over the years, we've talked to Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors many times about when this is going to get done. The answer, almost scripted, is it depends on development, and development will pay for it. Translation to development will pay for it is municipalities will pay for it. Truth is, usually when things get built, the province will start to kick in, but they're not going to pay for 100% of any of these interchanges along Highway 1. We know that, and they have been held pretty firm. Unless there's some wild, funding program come available, they're depending on off-site levies to fund construction of interchanges. I should make sure there's no misconceptions. I know with the development community, they're not happy about having to pay off-site levies to partially pay for these interchanges because they're a big chunk of change. One of these interchanges costs anywhere from about 120 to 170 million dollars, and even higher than that in some cases if there's other connecting works. So even if we're paying for 25% of it, that's a big chunk of change to go to the off-site levies. So they're concerned. But one of the misconceptions that came out is, why are we paying for a federal road? The Trans-Canada Highway is not a federal road. It's a provincial highway. It's part of the national highway system, but so are a lot of other highways. And the national highway system simply is just a designation to say, hey, it's important. And also partly to try to get some coordination between the provinces so we have a bit of a cohesive system. But the federal government is not responsible for highways. National Park's a bit different, but it's not a federal highway. It's not federally funded unless there's an infrastructure grant program that's paying for that. So it's a provincial highway, and these connections connect to municipal developments. Therefore, the province will be coming to look to the municipalities for it. So you'll also find that their interchanges all look the same. Alberta Transportation and I keep forgetting the economic corridors, but TEC is notorious for, let's just take something good, a good idea, and stamp and make them all look the same. That's a little bit problematic. At Range Road 284, they're looking at shifting Range Road 284 to the west fairly significantly, and eventually on the north side, it would connect up even further west. So that would be the replacement for the intersection of Range Road 284. Would also deal with some of the others. That shift partly is there to get the spacing that Alberta Transportation wants between interchanges. Just if you want to get the technical, that type of interchange is called a Park Low B, and it is Alberta Tech's favorite form of interchange. You'll see it almost looks exactly the same in terms of what they're doing at Rainbow Road. Rainbow Road is interesting in that we're not convinced they need something like that. At 284, there's probably a need for a fairly robust interchange. At Rainbow Road, we don't think there's a need for robust interchange. Go ahead.
So you'd said, sorry, through the chair and administration through yourself, you'd said that Alberta Transportation wants to revise at some point in time that interchange at Highway 1. For what reason?
No, they don't want to revise it. They like these.
Yeah.
We think that the Rainbow Road one is probably more than it needs
backing up to the one on Chestermere Boulevard.
Okay, let me get to that.
What's the problem with it? I guess is my only question is, what's wrong with it?
Can I get to that next slide?
Yes, please.
Okay, perfect. But yes, it's a good question. So maybe just backing up first to Rainbow Road, we've actually made a suggestion that we do something a lot less robust. The reason being, this is about a quarter of the cost. And if our developers and the city are paying for a good chunk of this interchange, we don't see the need to be building a massive interchange that requires 3 structures across the highway, has loops in every direction, and attracts no traffic to and from the east for Chestermere. We've done the modeling; it attracts nothing. There is no need. Now, this the half diamond we've suggested doesn't preclude those connections to the east being done sometime in the future, but they attract 0 is the number that comes out of the model. So I don't know why we would spend tens of millions of dollars to build it. Alberta Transportation hasn't bought into this. They haven't said no. We're proceeding as if we can do something a little bit less robust and keep those costs down a bit. One thing you will see about both their version and the version we've suggested is it is shifted slightly to the west. That isn't because of spacing. That is simply 2 reasons. One is constructability. It's a whole lot easier to leave the road in place and build right beside it. The other reason is you won't be able to get any access to that road, to Rainbow Road, for about 800 meters south of the highway. So actually having the existing road remain where it is provides property access and retreats it as a frontage road, basically. So it the existing Rainbow Road would probably stay in place, end up as a cul-de-sac at the actual highway, and then connect back into the future Rainbow Road at some point in the future. Now to your question. So Alberta Transportation has had this plan on the books for several years to shift the interchange slightly to the east. The main reason for it is around the ability to properly get connections and the proximity of East Chestermere Drive to the ramp from the highway. To me, this is one very big fix for a problem that is, it's a problem, but there's other ways I think that they could solve it. However, right now this is what they want to do. They want to shift it. They've had this on their books for 15, 20 years, and the land has been protected for it. Something will need to be done. As the volumes grow through there, the space between the ramp and East Chestermere Drive is going to become problematic as their volumes go up. And one of the things that's going to happen, there was a discussion earlier about when you were talking about the bridge and the volumes from Clearwater. That's important. The bigger issue in this area around the bridge, around that off-ramp, around this interchange, everything else is once Belvedere gets developed, and once Chestermere Boulevard is completely developed, that travel time along that route is going to go down quite significantly compared to today, because it won't be a rural highway anymore. It's going to be an urban street. What happens is a good chunk of the traffic that currently, it's already starting to happen, that currently uses Chestermere Boulevard and 17th Avenue will shift to the highway. And so if you're going into the town center area, where we are right now, if you're coming from Calgary, you might have come in, you might have taken Stony Trail to get to 17th, Chestermere Boulevard and come in here. You're going to be hitting traffic lights the whole way along. There's going to be urban development. Belvedere is going to be contributing a whole lot of traffic to it. It's no longer your preferred route. So a whole bunch of that traffic that currently makes a left turn, an eastbound left turn onto West Chestermere Drive, will be making a westbound right turn, because they're going to come all the way around, they're going to come off this off-ramp, and they're going to go in. So we're going to have problems with this ramp. And the main thing TEC is concerned about is Chestermere Boulevard traffic backing onto the ramp. Because if it backs onto the ramp, if it does back to the highway, now you've got a major issue. That's one of the main reasons they want to look at. I think there's other things they could look at. I'd like to see them take a little more modern approach to it, look at more of an urban style interchange rather than, again, their standard Park Low B, which is a rural solution. But that's really where a lot of that comes from. Highway 1791, again, same style interchange. This one, I'm not sure that we'll talk them out of doing something different. It's a highway to highway interchange. And again, when I come back and show you a few things later, you'll see that it will in the future carry quite a bit more traffic than it does today. Again, you see the road is shifted. That again is in part to maintain access to properties that are already on there, because you won't be able to get access once an interchange goes in. So again, maintaining that property access is going to be important. Range Road 284. This one has been the topic of lots of recent discussion. Has been lots of discussion going back a number of years. Range Road 284 is the only boundary road between two urban municipalities in the Calgary region. So it's quite unique in many ways, and that uniqueness is causing us, honestly, some grief. Trying to figure out how to work this between Calgary and Chestermere. Who owns what, where should we be widening to, all that sort of thing has become a big issue because haven't done it before. It's been one thing when they've widened into the rural municipalities. There's been a sort of a formula for that, but it's having development, urban development on both sides of that road is causing us some real grief and ongoing discussions with the city of Calgary. The work that was done a few years back on it's called the Chestermere Calgary Interface Road is actually entrenched in an intermunicipal development plan. So that deals with land use, it deals with the roadway, it deals with all that sort of thing, and it is entrenched with statutory status. There's also a functional planning study for Range Road 284 currently underway, and again, lots of discussion going on between Calgary and Chestermere on that. The functional planning study gets us to a point, it takes us further than, just the, just the concept. It gets into, how much right-of-way are we going to need, where are we going to need it, what's the roadway look like, deal with all the, all the basic geometry of the roadway, and gets the first reasonable cost estimate coming through. So that's Range Road 284. Pagan Trail, I'm going to get a little bit technical here. I don't normally pop up model results at a council meeting, but I thought this actually illustrates some things. So one thing we did with our transportation model is we took a look at, one of the impacts. And we can do an analysis. It's called a select link analysis, meaning we can select a piece of roadway, which is that purplish in the circle below, just immediately east on Township Road 240, immediately east of Rainbow Road. And this is without the Pagan Trail extension
And what this select link analysis does, it shows us where traffic using that link is coming from and going to. So the fatter lines, as you extend away, are basically showing relatively how much traffic gets to that link from those different roads. And so you can see in this case, we get a fair bit. We've assumed this is, again, future 70,000 population. That we've got range route 281 that comes down. It connects in. Decent amount of traffic coming out of what we're now calling Eastmere and Southeast Chestermere. Decent amount of traffic coming down Rainbow Road, and similarly coming the other direction. Decent amount of traffic, picking up vehicles somewhat from Janet and elsewhere in Chestermere. We get about 500 to 700 vehicles an hour per direction, which, I'm trying to think, we're a little bit higher than that on Chestermere Boulevard today. So it's in the 2-lane roadway realm, but kind of at the edge of it, right? You get much more traffic, you want to be looking at 4 lanes. If we put the Pagan Trail extension in, the traffic volumes jump by about 200 vehicles an hour per direction. Now we're into the 4-lane realm. What's interesting, though, is pretty much all of that additional traffic comes from somewhere other than Chestermere. Important because this gets to the question of who should pay for this, right? This is not Chestermere that's driving the need for this. Yes, there's convenience for Chestermere drivers because you get into Calgary a whole lot easier. But what we're really seeing is a good chunk of traffic that's coming from Highway 1 down 791 to Pagan Trail and ultimately to Calgary, either to the industrial parks in Calgary, to Janet and Rocky View, or elsewhere. So most of that additional roughly 400 vehicles an hour that we show here is from outside of Chestermere. We see about the same amount coming from Eastmere and Southeast Chestermere. We see about the same amount coming from Rainbow Road, but the big numbers that change are coming from elsewhere. Yes.
Councilor Wojnarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair administration to you, question on your model, because this is obviously a model if you do put in additional lanes at Pagan Trail. Intuitively, why wouldn't they just take Highway 1 to Stony and then go down to Pagan? Is that inclusive of your model, I guess? Is all of the traffic that includes all of the arteries, such as a major one as that ring road?
So what it is, what's happening here, this is traffic. If you look at how quickly it starts to taper off as you get towards Stony Trail, there would certainly be some traffic that would go to Highway 1. And this isn't showing all traffic. This is it's only showing traffic that goes through that specific link on Township Road 240. So it was really trying to show what the impact to your road is of doing something outside the city. And yes, much of the traffic would go to Stony. However, if you're going to Janet, this is going to be the faster route than going all the way, because Highway 1 diverts northward. So going all the way north and then back down south again, this is actually the more direct route, which is why you get that traffic taking. So as soon as it comes in, it's attracting about 400 vehicles an hour more than was attracted to than was using it before. Yeah.
But AT is pushing Glenmore Trail before Pagan.
Well, Rocky View's pushing Glenmore Trail, but Glenmore Trail doesn't.
Not Rocky View.
Doesn't. Rocky View's been pushing for Glenmore Trail as well, yeah.
But Alberta Transportation
they're
pushing Glenmore.
Somewhat, yeah. They're not. It is still their major route, and it does connect other things. It serves a different purpose actually than Glenmore Trail. This particular connection, and certainly Alberta Transportation hasn't come out and said yes or no to Pagan Trail extension. But we do know that Pagan Trail extension is on Rocky View's plans. It shows up in the regional plans, but it's part of the reason in the regional planning work it showed as needing more planning work to be done to really figure out what it means, and we support that it needs more planning work. Just building it doesn't mean it's all necessarily going to be better. It's going to be better for Janet for sure, but is it necessarily better for everybody? And Glenmore Trail is good for Janet as well. It's good for Prairie Gateway. It's good for a lot of other things. So different priorities.
Which is interesting that regional planning work is needing more work and CMRB is no longer funded.
Keep in mind that the North study was done before the CMRB came in, so it was actually organized by the municipalities themselves, and there's lots of good collaboration going on amongst administrations in the municipalities that I think will continue to exist even after the CMRB ceases to be. Yeah. Okay. Pushing through. Chestermere Boulevard gets interesting. So looking at the plan back in, it was mentioned in the last presentation about 2015. There was a Chestermere Boulevard corridor plan came about. That plan came about after the province devolved Highway 1A to the city of Chestermere in 2012, the city said, well, the town at the time said, we need to figure out what we need to do with this in the long term and figure out what we do with this fairly big right of way. There's a big highway right of way. There's a lot more space than you would have in a typical municipal street. So one of the ideas was looking at what Calgary was looking at doing was to continue that. And right now, all the work being done in Chestermere Boulevard has been done to protect, to eventually go to transit lanes someday in the future whenever that's required. The nice thing is they can do the 4-laning that's currently in design right now and have that not be throwaway. In fact, the westbound lanes that are currently in design right now would someday in the long term become the transit lanes, and then 2 more lanes would be built outside of that. So it's been done. One of the advantages of looking well beyond what you can imagine today. We don't even have when this was done, there wasn't even thought of transit in Chestermere. I think it was a smart move at the time to say, hey, someday we're going to need this, and maybe we should protect for it because we've got the land now rather than just giving it away. And so it matches up nicely with what Calgary's looking at, and Calgary is now looking at doing some things. There was some real push, and I know I was in front of council a while back and sort of said, I don't know about the 4-laning on Chestermere Boulevard right away. And that was because all that does is move you to the pinch point faster, which is 17th Avenue outside the Chestermere boundaries. However, the city of Calgary has now, they're about to hire a consultant. I think they've already picked them, but they haven't signed the contract yet, to start going through their functional planning work on 17th Avenue. So taking the work they had done a few years back, taking it to the next level and taking it to more detail. So things are moving fast in Belvedere, which 5-6 years ago they weren't happening. And so I think now that Calgary is looking at getting more capacity on that section because they need it for Belvedere, now the 4-laning at Chestermere Boulevard makes some sense. Whereas a few years back when Calgary was going, it's 30 years away, 4-lane Chestermere Boulevard just got you to a pinch point. So, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair and administration. And another question to you is, similarly to how Pagan may benefit other drivers, wouldn't Chestermere Boulevard generally benefit more drivers than the city of Calgary?
No, Chestermere Boulevard is almost entirely Chestermere generated traffic.
Right.
So the benefits.
So similarly, the benefits would be not necessarily to Calgary, even though it's on their property. Similar to how if we were to expand Pagan Trail on our property,
gotcha,
it wouldn't benefit Chestermere drivers.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can serve all of Chestermere's needs with 2 lanes on Township Road 240. You cannot serve Chestermere's needs with 2 lanes on Chestermere Boulevard. You need 4 lanes on Chestermere Boulevard to serve Chestermere's needs. Yeah, that's right.
Would a tension point to also be we have developed more residential faster on Chestermere Boulevard than what Calgary is developing on 17th Ave, right?
Yeah.
Like Belvedere's there, right? But we're developing essentially faster. We're headed towards them residentially with development faster than they're headed towards us.
That's right.
Right. So for them, it's less of a, to your point about like who's going to end up using that road, right? To them, it's a less of a, however, it has still been identified as the number 1 in the regional plan. That's the number 1 priority.
Yep, that's right. Yes. And it ticked all the boxes regionally because it's a high capacity transit route. It connects a couple of municipalities. It provides some relief to the provincial highway system. All that sort of thing are positives for it. So yeah. To your point around Belvedere, you're absolutely right. I mean, a few years back, City of Chestermere actually had Belvedere outside of their growth area, and this wasn't going to happen for 30 years. I know when I worked on the interface study, it was going to be 30 years out. Belvedere's starting to go pretty quick, so I think they're getting pressure now. So I think there's some movement to make sure we get coordinated and try to do this together. So
I'm not sure if this question is related to all this, and if it's not, or you're not able to speak to it, that's totally fine. Yeah. A question that I continually have is when I look at the regional interconnectivity that we see in the Edmonton area compared to the regional interconnectivity that we see in the Calgary area, do you have any reasonings as to, I feel like it's much better. the regional connectivity, when you look at Edmonton and all the surrounding areas, compared to the interconnectivity of Calgary, Chestermere, Okotoks, Cochrane, Airdrie.
Yeah. So I was the author of the Regional Transportation Plan in Edmonton, so I do have some insight. It's better, but it's not wildly better.
Okay.
Part of it is that there are municipalities, St. Albert, urban municipality connects right into Edmonton. I know that Strathcona County is a county, but Sherwood Park is an urban development. It connects right in. So what's happened is it's more that the urban fabric in Edmonton has better connected. The other thing about Edmonton that's quite different from Calgary is the employment. The dominant employment is around the outside of the city as opposed to the city center. They have some employment downtown, but not like Calgary. Calgary is a very, different type of employment, but it's very central to downtown. So part of that means that we tend to have our traffic get concentrated into the one place, whereas Edmonton tends to get a little more dispersed outwards. They're running into some problems. The ring road ends up becoming a bit of a barrier, and we had to do a lot of looking at the connections across the ring road and doing those select link analysis to figure out where traffic was actually going to and coming from through there. And over time, as that ring road gets congested, the internal network inside the ring road starts to take a lot of that traffic in Edmonton. So there's some things that I think are working well in Edmonton, but it has as much to do with land use as it does transportation networks, and they've got some challenges with the transportation networks coming up.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah. Great.
Sorry, Councillor Sameh.
Thank you very much. Question through you. I heard the comment that this was planned ahead, so there's enough space for this 4-lane and transit. I'm confused by that, so I just wanted to come back to that. I'm looking at the existing Chestermere Boulevard road heading to Calgary, and there's some sections where there's new development and there's backyards that, it feels like it's less than 20 feet.
Yep.
Is there still room for 4 lanes transit? And then I'm seeing also commercial on either side. What's our actual space along here?
You've got, the right-of-way varies, but a typical arterial right-of-way is 36 meters. You've got a minimum of 48, in some cases as much as 90 meters along this corridor. So there is lots of room to put in 2 more 3.5 meter lanes. Lots of room to do that. So that was checked out. The current roadway isn't dead center in the right of way either, right? So that's part of the reason you see it look like it's coming up to the edge of the road. It's you're well more than 20 feet away from the road edge, but there is lots of room within there, and the design work's already been done to demonstrate that it fits.
Sure. So how does that affect speed and safety? Because there's one spot in particular where, as I'm driving by, I could, spit out the window and hit a kid playing in that backyard. So I'm wondering how that affects speed if this goes to now 4-lane, or is that requiring some kind of wall, or how is that navigated?
Yep. So first of all, on speed, this is not going to be, in the long term, a rural highway. The 80-kilometer-an-hour poster with people driving 110, you just won't be able to do that. For one, there's going to be traffic signals that'll be slowing traffic down. You'll have more traffic in there, which slows traffic down. People think that more traffic means it's less safe. In many cases, more traffic means that things slow down, and you actually get a calming effect. There is plenty of space between the roadway and the first backyards. I know it feels close because it's closer than you're used to, but there's still a lot more space there than there is certainly on Rainbow Road. Rainbow Road is quite a bit closer, and most urban streets are closer. You actually want to create some closeness. You want to bring your activity closer to the street, in part because it creates some of that traffic calming effect. That sort of enclosure of the roadway starts to make it just, the best way to control traffic speed is make people feel like they don't want to drive as fast. And that enclosure actually does that. So you try to get away from the great big wide swaths of nothing because it just feels like you can go, right? Posted speed signs don't work, but things like enclosure and traffic lights and all the other things get people just to slow down. They don't feel like they are being forced to slow down. They just slow down because it feels right, which is much better.
That's fair. So are we looking at a 50 or a 60 speed along?
It would eventually probably, it would be a typical, 17th Avenue in Calgary, the west end of it anyways, or the east end, That's kind of what it's going to look like. Eventually, you're going to have commercial development all along there. You're going to have some multifamily. You're going to have it fully developed out on both sides. It's going to feel like a 50 kilometer an hour, maybe 60, but I suspect 50.
So if folks wanted to get out of Chestermere into Chestermere, their options would be to go north or south and potentially go faster. So what are we looking at mid to long term for speed on the number one, for example, especially with these interchanges coming in? Because
So
right now
once
it's
you get
slowed down quite a lot.
Once you get the interchanges, your speed will go back up again. Right now, the thing that drives posted speeds down on a freeway like the Trans-Canada is at grade intersections because of the safety involved with people turning across traffic. Once you get an interchange in, they can go. That's why, you can have freeways at 110 kilometers an hour and it's not a problem. So likely what will happen is that section that's 80 kilometers an hour right now in the Trans-Canada, once you get freeways in, they'll take it back up to 100. It's why much of the Deerfoot operates at 100, even though it's an urban freeway. And that Trans-Canada in any of our lifetimes is not going to look like the Deerfoot.
Sure.
Unless something crazy happens, but.
Yeah, if I can follow up with that just one more time. And I know you said the answer depends. I understand that. Just wondering on speculation, though, what kind of timeline are we looking at? Because it sounds to me like there will be a period of several years where there's no really efficient way to get out of Chestermere, right? There's going to be a lot of stop and go to get into Calgary or to head west in any capacity.
Yeah.
So speculation around that, conversation around that, and then is there a particular intersection that we could advocate for, fund, that kind of thing to assist with that issue?
So a couple things. You've actually asked a fairly complex question. I'm sorry. No, it's good. No, I'm glad you asked it because I was going to get to it and I was hoping somebody would ask. Because first off, there's going to be expectation changes. You won't be able to get into Calgary without stopping and going. You will be an urban municipality. You'll be connected to an urban municipality. You'll be part of a big municipality, urban area. The expectation that you're going to be able to jump on some road like you have when this was the town of Chestermere and drive on a rural highway and get into Calgary isn't going to happen. So I think it's important that we understand that you cannot build your way out of it. Toronto tried. That's why they have 24 lanes on the 401. It doesn't work. LA tried for years. It doesn't work. You have to start to get expectations that, if you want growth and you want to become an urban municipality, there's some things that come with that, and one of them is there's traffic. And you're going to have you need traffic lights because people have to be able to get to and from where they need to. I will come back to your question about the other connectivity. There's definitely other connectivity into Calgary. The other part of it I would say is, as you grow as a municipality, one of the goals is to not need to go into Calgary. Right now, you need to go into Calgary for anything except for pretty much Safeway. As you grow as a municipality, you should be starting to grow as a community of 30, 40, 50,000 people. You will have a lot more of those amenities in place. And hopefully, you'll have some employment here as well. That's really the goal. So managing land use is the way to manage traffic. It's the only way to manage traffic, in fact. You can't build your way out of it. It's got to be about land use. So this community needs to become a more complete community. We're starting to get there. We're starting to see more commercial development, that sort of thing. But avoiding that need to go to Calgary is the way you cut down the traffic delays going to Calgary. And I know that seems a bit of an odd answer, but and to your question around can we fix one intersection? Fixing one intersection almost always pushes the problem to another problem. I've got a little story, and I won't spend long on it, but I led the Deerfoot Trail study about 10 years ago. Alberta Transportation had a fix at Southland. They were going to do it. This is going to solve all our problems at Southland. And we said, well, hang on a second. I'm not sure that's going to work because they were looking at one spot and said, the choke point Southland. We did the modeling, found out if they had fixed that problem at Southland, Glenmore was going to fall apart completely, both Glenmore Trail and Deerfoot Trail, because the only reason Glenmore was functioning was because it got metered. The traffic got metered a little bit at Southland. It was actually creating a benefit for the overall network during those peak periods. So you want to be really careful about going in and fixing that one problem. Quite often we point to the symptom of a cause and say we should fix that, and the sickness just gets worse. So I don't think there is a single intersection. There's no quick fix. There's no easy Band-Aid that you're going to put on anything right now to make it go. It comes back to some of the discussion that was happening earlier around delaying traffic problems. One of the issues that you have, I was going to talk about this later, but I'll talk about it now because we're on it. One of the issues that comes up is traffic. It doesn't feel like it's a problem. You can go for a long time and just slowly builds and delays. And then you get to a point you hit capacity, or very close to it. And you're now at a point where you can't process as many cars in an hour as are arriving in that hour. So up until the point you can process every car through that hour, it keeps moving, and it feels, we don't have a problem. You have one more car, the whole thing falls apart. It's not one more, but it's very close. So depending on the type of intersection a facility is, that can be very rapid. So it's very easy to say, you know what, it's actually going pretty well. We don't need, we got other things to spend our money on. We don't need to do that. That's happened a little bit in Chestermere, where things have been deferred because, hey, it's pretty good now. And then all of a sudden, you throw in one more development and the whole thing falls apart. And it's usually the system falls apart, not just one intersection. If it's just one intersection, usually you can solve that. But in the case of Chestermere, it's not. So, yeah.
Is there, so when you look at them, I'm trying to figure out how to word this question without it coming across as almost immature. Is there how does that tension point between when you're doing the modeling and you're looking at it and the response of people on Facebook about traffic? That's my immature comment, right? Because like there's a tension point right in there, right? Where it's just like where we as counselors and administration deal with ongoing comments, people getting stopped at their other jobs to talk about stuff. Like, it's just like, oh my gosh. And the actual, like, we're really dealing with this right now, and this is a real problem. And from a transportation master plan, and we're working on that. How does a council suss out all of that?
I think, there's no really simple answer. And, like, as I mentioned, I did the, I led the Deerfoot Trail study. You can imagine what the public engagement that felt like and what the Facebook input on that felt like. There's lots of people out there that can tell you exactly what you need to do, and most of them, haven't looked at the big picture. I think the answer is, one is around, helping to manage those expectations. I think sometimes being honest and saying, hey, we're never going to have it like it was. If we want growth in tax base, it means activity, and activity means more people. It means more people moving around, and it helps to solve problems. The other thing is, and we talk about multimodalism. I hear people all the time say, well, transit only takes 15% of the people. Well, remember I talked about the little bit extra that causes your breakdowns? That's at 15%. Quite often that is actually quite a viable solution, and you're getting to that point. So I think I think a lot of it's around the expectations that, yes, we can solve some of the big problems, but we're not going to completely solve the problem that we're not going to return you to how you were, because we want to be a growing municipality and a growing city and an active place, and activity means we have traffic.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm sitting with this understanding that our routes in and out of town are going to be significantly changing in the future, which is something I didn't understand until today. So thank you for such a great explanation. And I think one of the challenges that I'm sitting with is that you mentioned this assumption of we want to be a growing community and we want to have people and that kind of thing. And I don't think that that's consensus. And so I'll just follow up with that. So when folks are coming to us and saying traffic sucks and I can't drive 80 straight through on 1A anymore, 17th Ave, I'd like to be able to come back and say, well, we've evaluated all options, right? So I'm just wondering, I'm not saying resources should be put towards this, but suppose even this 17th Ave, Chestermere Boulevard corridor, suppose we wanted to keep this as through of a traffic situation as possible, at least an 80, something like that. Is that possible? What would that mean? What would I say if somebody suggested that to me?
So the answer to that is you can get it for 1 mile. After that, it's not in your control anymore. And I can tell you right now that Calgary has no intention, no desire, and will not be seeing that as a 80-kilometer-hour thoroughfare. So you could turn around, shut down all your commercial development that's happening along Chestermere. It's the commercial development that's driving this. They need to get in and out those businesses. So you can say no more commercial development, put a big sound wall up, and make it look like one of these high-speed routes, and you can get 1 mile. You'll save all of about 15 seconds of travel time, and then you'll be into it again. That's the truth. you don't have control over everything, and that's the real issue here. Pagan Trail will likely be a little more free-flowing. So I think it ends up in Glenmore is intended to be a free-flowing interchange route, so going south to Glenmore Trail in the long term. There's will eventually be interchanges at Rainbow, at Conrich Road, and at Garden Road, and that will be a 4-lane facility. Not tomorrow, but that's 25, 30 years out. That's where that's going. So there will be. I mean, you've got Highway 1. You'll have Highway 560 and to some degree Pagan Trail. That's actually way more free-flowing routes than most municipalities of this size. Look at Airdrie, Highway 2, that's it. Same with Okotoks. And you look at almost any corridor, to have that many free-flowing routes to get people out of your city is abnormally high. So again, it's around the expectations, you're right, that some people will say, I'd like something else. But I think in terms of the way your municipality is configured and the way you connect to Calgary, you just don't have that much control over it. What this will be, what Chestermere Boulevard is, though, in the long term, is a transit route that's going to get transit in faster than cars and make transit a viable alternative to driving a car, which I think is a really important one. It creates some choice. Don't be car reliant, then you have choice.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thanks through the chair. Just to Councillor Sandbo, that's a question I get often, and I'm not going to quote numbers right now because we're in public and I'll be held to them, but it's really quick math that people can do. And the difference in time to travel 10 kilometers at 80 kilometers an hour versus 50 kilometers an hour is actually really minuscule in your travel time. It's like when you're on the highway, the difference between doing 120 and 100 doesn't materially change how fast you get there if you're only going 200 kilometers. If you're going 2,000 kilometers, it starts to make a difference. So I've had a lot of people come in and they get upset that I've heard people actually say they can't pass on Chestermere Boulevard anymore. And that's to some of your comment of people still would like to be a small village, but you do sit and do the math with them and go, listen, 80 versus 60, we're talking like 12 seconds, right? It's, people, we're all guilty of feeling like, oh, it's only 50, I can't get there. But it really is another minute in your travel. So yeah, I think it's some of that too, of making sure administration and council helps articulate some of that, of what does this change mean and what's the real impact on your travel. So
I will say one thing that comes up in terms of that perception is traffic signals. People will tell me, I waited 20 minutes for that signal. There's no way you waited 20 minutes for that signal. But it's amazing how people's perception of 30 seconds when they're sitting there and want to be moving changes. And it's amazing how many people drive a long distance, take more time, go further, just to avoid traffic. I got a buddy of mine who does it all the time. Just avoids every traffic signal. And I was like, it took you 15 minutes longer. No, but you didn't have to go into sit in any signals. 30 seconds feels like a long time when you're sitting there. It doesn't feel like a long time when you start to take a look at the overall elapsed time of your trip. But that perception thing is hard to break through with people.
So I actually have that experience when I go to COP. Right? Because going to COP, you can either go straight down 16th or go Stoney.
Yeah.
And every time I have found it faster to go 16th.
Yes.
Than going Stoney.
Yeah.
Even though I'm driving fast.
I believe you.
16.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Yeah. And that's true. That's fair.
Rush hour, no way.
No, yeah.
Like 16 during rush hour versus Stoney.
I don't know. I haven't done it during rush hour. I'll get back to you.
So I'm maybe just before, when we move into the next bit around the network, one thing we intentionally did with the Chestermere network when we started building the long range network was try to create multiple routes and shortest distance routes for exactly that reason. Most of the time you can go a little bit slower, right? But if the distance is less, there's a whole bunch of benefits over driving faster. And I think there's comments like, when you get congested routes that everything funnels in, 16th has got a bit of that problem. But if you have a network that has a lot of redundancy in it, you start to address some of those things. Okay? And I think the more we can make our trips shorter, one, the more likely somebody is to walk it, the more likely they are to just drive less distance, and so less emissions and all those other environmental things, but it just takes less time, right? Better connected we are. Sorry, I think there was another question.
I saw a hand up.
And thank you, Your Worship. I'm summarizing a couple of takeaways from the presentation up until this point because we're at this part in the conversation. And just wanted to note that I think a good portion of the public support for twinning Chestermere Boulevard and that whole corridor, both projects, is because people are anticipating that they'll be able to move through that corridor faster. So I think it's a really good time to start communicating to the public that that is not an anticipated outcome. Otherwise, we will have a very expensive project that people will be very grumpy with at the end of it. The other thing, and this will be relevant in conversations that's coming up, Rainbow Road is more important than I even realized. I'm not sure if everybody understood the contents of this presentation before the presentation, but I didn't. So I'm really grateful to have received this. But Rainbow Road now becomes our critical corridor to the potential of a faster route. And so that is going to be extremely important to a majority of old Chestermere, so to speak.
I will say, though, a couple things. First of all, Chestermere Boulevard initially in the 4-lane will be faster than it is today. You'll get through signals faster. You'll get through, there's the ability to get throughput. Most speed and your congestion on urban streets is around intersections. Most of the time you have 4-lane road, you don't actually need the 4 lanes in between intersections. You need them at the intersections. But by the time you get your intersection lanes built, you're almost at the next intersection. So it makes sense to just get a consistent 4 lanes so you don't get any pinch points and that sort of thing. So there will initially be, and while 17th Avenue in Calgary remains as a predominantly rural style roadway, there will be some travel time advantage, but it's going to disappear very quickly. On Rainbow Road, there will be congestion on Rainbow Road. All of our modeling into the future says there's just no easy fix to it. Adding more lanes doesn't solve it. Again, it's the intersection. So Rainbow Road within the city will be, a bit slow. You won't be able to fly from Conrich to Janet on Rainbow Road at 80 kilometers an hour, which is a good thing. And I think it's important to remember that, for all those people who want to move really fast, one of the things that having a little congestion internally the city does is keep others out. And not that I'm saying you shouldn't allow people, but we don't want your road network being used as a through route for those who have neither an origin nor a destination. You're paying for it. You should be getting the benefit of people using it. People coming from outside the city to go to a brewery, great. People coming from outside the city just to transit through, not really what you want. So a little bit of congestion actually is to the benefit. If there's a faster way around, and the highway system is intended for that fast travel, and that's where that's going. So anyways, I'm digressing. I'm going to move on because got a couple other things here. So Memorial Drive is important. It's planned as a major east-west route through Belvedere and over Stony Trail. That's really important. It's come in and out of the city's plans, City of Calgary's plans a number of times, but the current plan, and I think they are now committed to it, is it will go over Stony Trail without connecting to Stony Trail, which makes it another, it's not going to be a high-speed 80 kilometer an hour route, but it's still going to be a good arterial route into the city of Calgary. So you'll actually have, two good routes that are urban streets, but still reasonably high capacity going into Calgary. And the Highway 560, the ultimate planning is 4-laning with interchanges, as I mentioned before. There's current discussions about signals at Rainbow Road as an interim step, and it's something I know that people in Chestermere have been concerned about. However, it's not in Chestermere, and the province has their hand out looking for money, and they will be expecting Chestermere to contribute. That percentage, I think the number they first came out with was ridiculous, and so we'd like to see that number come down, because I don't think Chestermere is the primary benefactor of that, but I think there's some minor benefit, and Chestermere will likely be asked to contribute to the very high cost of putting signals in that TEC has compared to what a municipality can seem to do them for. But anyways, that's another topic. Future Chestermere Street Network, and this comes to some of the questions you've had. This is really moving into TMP territory, but I think it's important to note that some of the issues you're seeing today are because the Chestermere network is not fully developed yet. It's getting developed as developments go ahead, but right now there's gaps in the network, in the connectivity of that network. And one thing that we're going to see as things build out is you will have more continuous streets that can serve as alternatives to Rainbow Road or to, particularly for local travel. Right now, if you're somewhere south and you want to get to one of the new commercial properties being developed along Chestermere Boulevard, you're going to go up Rainbow Road, turn left onto Chestermere Boulevard, and probably turn left onto into the whatever development you want to go to. Well, that's not the way to do it. You need to be able to say, hey, I need to go straight north to get to where I need to. So Series of north-south routes. Not all are fully connected, but there are several that connect certainly across the major roads. There are other routes as well, but these are sort of the main north-south connections. Of course, we do have some significant barriers in Chestermere, railway, canal, lake, highway that are a little hard to cross, but that sort of sort of shows the start of the grid, and the east-west grid starts to look something like that. And of course, we're not going across the lake, but we do have connectivity on either side of the lake and some good, strong connections. Again, that's create parallel routes to those main roads. Right now, Chestermere Boulevard and Rainbow Road do everything for you. And the idea is that particularly for travel within Chestermere, we shouldn't be relying on those roads. They are our connections to the regional network, and that's how you get in and out of Chestermere. But if you're traveling within Chestermere, we should have lots of other routes that give you short, easy connections. Of course, these aren't all the roads. These are the main ones. But the intent is to build a bit of a grid within Chestermere so that we have that connectivity. And one of the challenges, and we had to work hard with the developers back in 2015-16, is the traditional style development is the developer comes in, takes their quarter section, builds a loop road, one or two connections in and out, and they don't care what happens next. And we said, no, you're not doing that. And there was a pretty good battle with some of the development industry to get away from that and say, no, if somebody lives here and the grocery store is going to be here, they shouldn't have to go around like that to get to it. They should be able to do that. And it was tough because they've been getting away within Calgary for a long time. They don't get away within Calgary anymore. But it was really, I think, we didn't get everything we asked for, but we got a lot of what we asked for. And as a result, we do have a network, particularly on the west side of the city, that will be reasonably well connected once it's finished. But again, one of the challenges you've got in the short term is it's not all done, it's not all connected, it's not all built. So you got places where you've got a couple hundred meters of road missing, but it forces you to go out to Chestermere Boulevard or Rainbow Road and loop around and get around. Once that gets done, that will help solve it. It's not going to solve all the problems. You still have development, but it does start to get there. That's the end of that presentation. Any other questions before we jump ahead to the next one? Awesome. Oh, buzzer beater.
Councilor Wojnarowski.
Yes, Mayor Dean, thank you through the chair and to yourself. I do recall, and you can clarify, Rainbow Road interchange at Highway 1 now was a question mark whether we were going forward with it because of nearby interchanges at Chestermere Boulevard and Conwich Road. Yeah. So is that still kind of the case? It all comes down to budget, feasibilities, and all the rest of it?
Yeah, it's still in the books. I would say from Chestermere's perspective, it should be the first one. Like that actually unlocks some of your development. Bridgeport will eventually need that to not completely clog up Chestermere Boulevard. I think it becomes a really important piece of it, and we've linked it in the TMP. We've linked it to Bridgeport and build out of Bridgeport. So I think it's a good question. I think it's the highest priority. Alberta Transportation still has it on the books. They still has their big interchange is what they want. So there will be some negotiation to get there. But I would say because you can do something a little more modest at Rainbow Road, it seems like the most feasible of all of them to go ahead. Chances are that 284 will be the first one that happens, just because there's other priorities and multiple municipalities involved and a little more strategic on the provincial network than Rainbow. But Rainbow is still definitely on the books.
Councilor Schindler.
Through the chair to you. I'm questioning if are we tied to the design criteria that Alberta Highways has put for 284 and Rainbow Road? If we're going to be part of the funding model, does that mean that we have to support that design or the timing?
So there's nothing you have to support. It comes down to negotiation. I would prefer to have seen a little more urban style interchange there. I think it's going to be urban area. I'm finding in recent years Alberta Transportation does seem to be a little more open to urban style development. I know, again, going back to the Deerfoot Trail work, they first automatically just wanted their standard interchanges, and over time, City of Calgary really did push them to do things that were a little more urban, little smaller footprint, that sort of thing. But The current plan, all I can really say is the current plan the TEC has is what you see. It doesn't mean that's what they're going to do in the long term, and certainly you don't have to support it. I mean, I would be advocating for something a little more modest that costs a few dollars less.
Yeah, I do have concerns because it looks like it's going to direct traffic around Chestermere, and I want to bring some traffic into Chestermere to support our local businesses.
No, the interchange itself doesn't do that. The interchange itself is pretty. It's a pretty conventional interchange. So it would still bring traffic into 284, like any other form of interchange would. I don't think that the style of interchange isn't going to have a big effect on that.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
So with that, then, with the plan B, we accept this first presentation for information. What's the step here that we're looking for from administration?
All right, so before we go through that, I do want to provide the other options that we can consider from council, because we've provided a recommendation from administration, but there's always other choices. So our recommendation, just as a refresher, is that council accepts the presentation regarding the historical and anticipated future road network within the city of Chestermere and the adjoining lands, as presented by Stephen Power here today. Alternatively, if there are outstanding questions or council feels that there are still points that are ambiguous, we could also consider that council direct administration to prepare a detailed half-day workshop for council on the Chestermere road network in addition to what we've received today. And I just want, when we consider that option, if that is something council does want to address, that we need to understand that this would provide a comprehensive deep dive into the city's road network, both historically and a go-forward plan, but it will result in unbudgeted cost and resource allocations that we can accommodate.
Okay. Councillor Sameh. Yep.
Thank you, Your Worship. After this presentation, I think I understand the information personally, but I wouldn't mind scheduling some time to strategize what comes next. I know we're talking about a few options later in here as well. I think at a political level, we need to decide if there are any of these projects that we want to advocate very strongly for, and decide on a timeline that we would like to advocate for that for, and come up with a case. And then I think there's also a component of, with this information, considering how acceptable this information is to the public and what we can do to communicate and mitigate. So for me, less to ask more questions. I think I've asked my questions, but it would be really good to spend more time talking about this.
Okay, thank you. I think the first step then, before debating on the second motion, I think the first step would be to accept the presentation that we just had for information. I think that would be the first step. And then we should, along the lines of what Councillor Sameh was just saying, discuss what the next, if there's another motion coming after that. Would that, I think that would be right? Yeah, okay. So can I have the first motion that we accept it? This should be as information, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Great, thank you. Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Motion, council accept the presentation regarding the historical and anticipated future road network within the city of Chestermere and adjoining lands for information.
So comments, questions, just then with regards to this motion. Great, thank you. Call for the vote. Great, thank you. Mr. Redney?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just through you to council, Ms. Armitage and I were just discussing that I think the presentation and the review of the transportation master plan might help answer some of the questions you may want to investigate further. So our suggestion would be, let's do the next report for decision on the transportation master plan, and then look at that second motion to this of, is there something else we want to investigate or come back with, because it's got some more detailed information around timing and some of those kind of things that might be answered. So that's just maybe our recommendation right now.
So we're okay then from the idea of going from an RFI to an RFD, and then a second motion might relate to both presentations then, even though one was the RFI and one was the RFD?
Yes, absolutely. You could make a motion right now that has nothing to do with anything even on the agenda. So I would have no problem with that.
Yeah, okay. That's fair. Okay. How long do we anticipate the 9.1 taking, do you think?
No.
How many questions are you gonna ask?
Yeah, I would.
Have you met us? How long? Sorry, but how long were you thinking there on 9.1?
I think we can get through the presentation in about 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Then I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break and we come back at 11:55, and then we'll have that presentation from 11:55 to 12:30. Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning again, everyone. Coming back for our last presentation here before our lunch break and turning it back over to Catherine Doherty, our manager for infrastructure.
Oh, I'm going to be uncomfortable for one moment. Do we not need to close the motion? From the
We finished. We did.
figured
It
Sorry.
was completed.
Okay.
We're good.
Thank you. That was
Yeah.
a me problem. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. Mayor and Council, my name is Catherine Doherty. I'm the Manager of Infrastructure and Planning here at the City of Chestermere. Today I'm joined by Stephen Power from EXP, who is our Senior Transportation Consultant. I'm bringing forward a recommendation that Council adopt the City of Chestermere Transportation Master Plan, also known as a TMP, with the 2023 supplement as prepared by EXP as a guide for the development, improvement, and management of transportation systems within the City of Chestermere. I'm not going to dive into the complete report we've provided here, as there will be a presentation from our consultant. However, I do want to touch on a few key concepts. The first was that the TMP with supplement was presented to Council previously for adoption in 2023. However, due to an inadvertent oversight in the process, it is now being brought forward again for formal consideration and adoption. In short, with the 2023 supplement that we mentioned, it's a supplement to our existing 2017 Transportation Master Plan. It was not a complete rewrite and a full update. It was built on our existing policies that focus on new travel modes, forecasting future traffic, project and cost estimates, and alignment with our offsite levy bylaw. So when we bring this forward, one of the other aspects of this that I mentioned, this is a guiding document similar to our utility master plan, our municipal and our municipal development plan. My goodness, apologies. So we're bringing forward the recommendation that you adopt this and accept it. The other aspect that you could consider, should you not be comfortable with doing that today, is we could go out and procure a complete rewrite of the update. However, again, I wouldn't recommend that option. It's a high cost, low value, considering that this has been very comprehensive and we have continuity from our team for many years to get where we are today. So with that, I'm going to bring Stephen up again to run through the Transportation Master Plan presentation.
Great, thanks. I will say a couple things right off the bat. While the Transportation Master Plan is a guiding document, it's not a statutory document. So a little bit different than the Municipal Development Plan. You can change it, and not only can you change it, you should change things as you go. It is a snapshot in time based on the information then. What's interesting about this snapshot in time is it's already past time, and there's some things that have changed since then. Yes.
Councilor Zanzi.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through the chair, I do have a question to you and Ms. Doherty. Is great that we can revise this. Is there a formal review every number of years like we do other master plans? Like every 4 years or something like that, where we do a formal review of the TMP?
There's always a recommendation to do that. So it's our intention to review these every 5 or so years and make the determination if we need a rewrite or we need a supplement to best use time and resources. So it's to Stephen's point previously, it's a live document that we need to use. We use it as our guiding principles of how we develop our traffic, how we build out our offsite levy bylaw and the support to do that. And then if and when it becomes cumbersome or it no longer serves the purpose, the direction from the city's changing, the direction from council's changing, that would be the main trigger as to say that this no longer aligns with where we are today because some extreme event happened or our assumptions were incorrect. So there's a loose guideline to look at it in depth every set number of years, but there isn't a hard and fast rule that thou shalt have to.
Okay, my commentary was more related not to any holistic changes like that. It's just that I know that when we review the TMP, some of the long-term plans in regards to regional planning may not be included as part of the TMP. So we want to have that ability to formally review it every now and again, whether it's a planned event or a live document. So I'm glad to hear that. I'd like to see more formality in regards to reviewing this on a 4 to 5 year basis, even though it sounds like it is informal, and with the understanding that it is a live document. But some formality to do a wholesome review, I think, would benefit the residents of Chestermere. Thank you.
I agree completely. That is what triggered the 2023 supplement. Exactly those principles.
I will say that even though it's not statutory, much of the transportation section of your municipal came straight from the TMP. In fact, the 2017 plan, TMP, was developed jointly with the municipal development plan specifically for that purpose, and the updating going on right now of the MDP is taking the TMP into it. So once it ends up in the municipal development plan, it is statutory. So the project lists and that sort of thing are easily changed and can be revised and that sort of thing. Many of the policies end up becoming entrenched in the MDP, so they are statutory. Okay. So with that, we've said it several times already, but it's a supplement to the 2017, not a total rewrite, and it builds on the policy basis of the 2017 plan. I will say the 2017 version of the TMP was a major departure from the previous plan. The previous plan really was a road network plan, and it was based on pre-annexation assumptions and that sort of thing, and it really was a small town plan. What happened with 2017, it really became a much stronger policy document than had been done in the past, and that policy was really to help guide some of the big greenfield developments that was starting in 2015, 16, 17, and still remains very valid today. So really no need to go back and change it, and actually, to be quite honest, it was a pretty progressive plan for its time. In fact, there's things that Calgary is only now just adopting in their Calgary plan that was in Chestermere back in 2017. The focus of the supplement was, one, building a model. We didn't have a model in the past, so the City of Chestermere now has a model. I'll talk a little bit about that. Getting into project concepts in a little bit more detail, so we can get a little bit better cost, and making a strong connection to the offsite levy bylaw. Those are the areas that were probably a little weak and actually were part of the recommendations coming out of the 2017 plan around next steps, where next time you do this, get a little more technical. The 2017 was a good, strong policy document. The 2023 supplement was a much more of a technical document, and that was the recommendation that was made back in 2017 when the 2017 plan was adopted. Keep in mind, this supplement was presented to Council in October 2023, so when I say, there's a snapshot in time that's already passed, most of the work was done, June, July, August of 2023 it was done. So it's already starting to get a bit dated. So bear with me on that. I did highlight a few things that changed since this was first presented to Council in 2023. So what did we want to do with this? One, we wanted to address the validity of the current TMP in light of what's changed in Chestermere since 2017. A lot had changed in terms of growth, but not a lot had changed in terms of direction. By 2017, annexation was there, the greenfield development was starting to go, the direction was that. There's a few things that had changed. For example, in 2017, there was a push for a big industrial area in the southeast part of the city. That kind of got pulled. That changes some of the recommendations of the TMP. We wanted to expand the planning horizon to 2048, which is actually the 70,000 population. Some people get a little confused about the population horizon, but we do that to take out one big factor, and that's growth rate. We don't know how fast things are going to grow in the future. We can guess, but we don't know. So what we like to do is, for long-range plans, is use a population horizon. When you hit this population, you need X, Y. And for the things that are closer in, then you tie them to years. When you get into your 5 to 10 year capital planning, then you tie them to years. But the idea being that we can tie triggers to population triggers rather than years, because if suddenly the economy slows down and growth slows, we no longer have the same timeline. So we'd like to use population horizons for that reason. We said we want to develop a travel model, which has been done. Update and refine the rotary cross sections. Back in the 2017 plan, we were trying to present some flexibility to the development community. They said, oh yeah, we want flexibility, but then in the end they keep going, well, where's the cross section? Just tell me what you want me to build. So we said, yeah, maybe we need to pull back a little bit on that and get a little bit more detail and a little more certainty on that. We went and we updated the network to the future horizon, to the 70,000. We wanted to update the cost estimates for the purpose of the offsite levy model. And there was some discussion around emergency access and egress in the future network. So in terms of the model, some of the questions that came up back in 2023 were, well, how do we know about what's going on in the rest of the region? Well, the fact is that the Chestermere model was built off of the Rocky View model, which is a sub-area model of the Calgary regional model. So what you see on the screen is actually the extents of the model. So We do have the ability to consider what's going on outside Chestermere. We have more detail in Chestermere, but when we run the model, it runs for the entire region. It's not as detailed, for example, as the Calgary regional model. The problem with the Calgary regional model, when you want to put some new land use in or test something, it takes a week to run it. It takes up it's massive. It's a really it's a massive model that is super complex. Ours is much simpler. We can do things much quicker, much more nimble, but it does still allow us to consider some of those regional implications around us. So this is what the model looks like when we break it down. I'm going to show you, we're getting a little bit technical here, but in terms of traffic zones, our traffic zones are roughly the size of a census dissemination area and broken down maybe a little bit more than that of the specific developments that we want to look at. And then we align that back with the zones that's being used for the offsite levy model so we can get the two of them aligned and work together with them. Yes?
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Sorry, Mr. Power, what do the numbers on this?
Yeah, they're zone numbers.
Oh,
I
they're
just
just
put this right
that's
out of the report.
zone 1003. It's not the number.
That's right.
Of
It's not
cars
the number of people or anything
Okay.
else. Just, yeah.
Thank you.
So that relates back. In the report itself, you go into it, you can relate these zone numbers back to the population and employment forecasts that are in each zone. I've simplified that a little bit for your purposes. This is what, now the existing we used was 2018, 2019. That's where we had the best traffic data to calibrate our model to. So we took a look at what the population employment was at that point. And so each dot represents about 25 people or 25 jobs. We forecast through to the 70,000 population on the right. The city looks quite different, obviously. A lot more employment. You see the employment is spread into a few different nodes around the city. And there's still some pockets of areas that are undeveloped at that point, but a lot more development than we have today. Things are changing. There's already some look at Southeast Chestermere that right now shows undeveloped in this plan. So one of the beauties of it, and I think one of the misconceptions I had when I first presented this was, well, that's the model and it's static. It's not. It's a model. And one of the beauties of a model is you can change something. One real quick when I finish my thought. One of the things we can do is say, let's put this new land use in that's different than we have today and see what happens. So we have a base model, which is what you have, but it can test all kinds of different things. Sorry.
Councillor Sambo.
Thank you. And a question through you. On that line of thinking, I'm wondering how significantly would this distribution of jobs versus people, so basically residential versus commercial or industrial, need to change before it would significantly impact this model in any particular area?
Big thing that needs to happen, if you really want to significantly change what happens with transportation and mobility within the city, you need a lot more employment. Right? So that you have to have, every trip has an origin and destination, and our biggest trips are commuting trips. So if you have a home, population, and a job, right? If you compare them up close together, your trips are going to be shorter, much more internal. That's the big thing that makes a difference.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Powers. I think one thing I haven't, heard, yet is the significance or any impact that what I would call the wild card Webster would have in all of this.
So Webster's in the model, and it's in the form that it was 3-4 years ago. So it's in there as a bit of a mixed employment and population. I will say that we don't, at the transportation master plan level, we don't get into very specific uses. That's why we use jobs as a general proxy, right? We still expect traffic impact studies to be done on the specific developments. We use the model to help forecast what happens outside of that development, but we still expect a traffic impact study to be done on, this is going to be a retail store, this is going to be institutional, this is going to be multifamily, that sort of thing, which we don't get into that level of the broader master plan. So Webster's in there, and you can see it's relatively dense on that map. There's a fair bit both employment and population showing there. So it is considered, but certainly any changes to that development would need its own traffic impact assessment. Yeah. One of the big things it did was we updated the street classification system. As I mentioned before, we were trying to get some flexibility and trying to be a little progressive back in 2017, and it was, and we were trying to get some alignment with Calgary. Calgary didn't go as far as we thought they would. We may have gone a little further, but what we did is we got rid of the traditional arterial collector local designations of streets. It didn't really work as well as we had hoped, so we backed off a little bit, and we went to something that's a little more simplified and better aligned with the City of Calgary and their design guidelines for subdivision servicing. Now, having said that, as soon as we did this, Calgary went ahead and developed a new streets manual. They got rid of their complete streets manual and the DGSS, and we're still reasonably well aligned, I guess is the good thing. But they did. They went the route that we moved away from. They got a little more flexibility. Anyways, one of the big things we did, but even though we cut down on the number of options of flexibility, we retained the ability and encouragement for innovation and flexibility. We want the developers, if they want to be able to come up with some innovative ideas that create some unique places instead of just being, rubber stamps of some other development they did somewhere else. We wanted to make sure that was still there. You've seen this slide already, but this shows the future street network based on the based on the modeling and based on a lot of the development plans in the area. And one of the keys, as I mentioned before, is to try to get that connectivity and a bit of a grid network, so there is multiple choices for different trips, and trying to avoid the need for big roads. It's important to remember that if you need to move 6 lanes of traffic, you can do that with 3 2-lane roads, a 4-lane and 2-lane road, 1 6-lane road. The truth is, the 3 2-lane roads are probably going to be the most efficient all the way around, because you can spread them out, you can spread your traffic out, you can make your trips shorter, and nobody has to deal with the severance effects of a big major road. So we really did try to have that dense network that has redundancy. Sometimes redundancy is a negative term. In transportation, it's a really good term. It means you have choice, you have different routes. It means that Google isn't going to send you the same way every time, which is a good thing. So if you have an accident on one street, you've got multiple other ways to get there, and you don't have your whole network crash. We've talked a little bit about what's beyond the jurisdiction, so I won't spend a lot of time on this, but Highway 1791, timing's unknown. And as I mentioned before, the Pagan Trail, it really affects what's attracted to Highway 240 once it's easier to get on and off. Highway 1 Rainbow Road, it's not required until almost 70,000 population if Highway 1 and Conrads Road is constructed. We made the assumption based on hints from Alberta Transportation that 284 would probably be the first to happen. If it is, that means that Rainbow Road could be delayed for quite some time. If it doesn't happen, then Rainbow Road is needed much earlier. So one of the two needs to happen in probably a 15-year time horizon, something like that. Highway 1 Conrads Road, again, again, assume the medium term, and again, that's that sort of 15-year horizon we're talking about. And it's really affected by Belvedere and Conridge, not just Chestermere. Pagan Trail, as we said, it attracts a relatively low amount of Chestermere traffic we talked about before, but a big connection between Highway 1 and the industrial areas in Calgary and Rocky View. Township Road 240, no need to expand that beyond 2 lanes, but development in Rocky View or the Pagan Trail would trigger that. And again, this comes down to a question of who pays for it. You don't need it, is really what the message is. Range Road 284, again, no need for expansion beyond 2 lanes to meet your needs. Not going to get away with that. Really, I think it's going to be shared. The cost is going to get shared with Calgary anyways. And functional planning is ongoing on that one, as I mentioned before. I am not going to go through every single project. You've got the report and that sort of thing with you. But what I wanted to do is just highlight sort of how it's organized and those population horizons we talked about. In most cases, if you go through the report itself in each individual project, you'll see that there's some dependencies listed there, and that sort of tells you a little bit about the triggers. Yeah.
Councillor Woznowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Through yourself, I'd like to add one question, and it's a follow-up in regards to, I know that the TMP is a live document. Yep. You'd mentioned in a previous presentation about Memorial Drive, it doesn't seem to be part of the TMP. Is it because the horizon is out further out?
No, it's actually part of it. It's in the modeling, but it's not ours. So Memorial, I'll back up for a second.
It just hits 284 and stops.
Yeah, that's right. So within Chestermere, you can see, is there a pointer on this one? There isn't. In Chestermere, you can sort of see if you go north of Chestermere Boulevard on Range Road 284, that major road that's about halfway up, that's actually Memorial.
Okay.
And the intention is that will connect.
There's connectivity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's all I was
Chestermere's
curious about is how does it connect once it hits our border?
Yeah. No, it comes in.
Thank you.
And there's a couple of things. I wish I put this on a pointer. It was intentionally done the way it does. You see it comes in, it goes south. Part of it's to avoid a wetland. But the other piece of that is it comes south into what would be the major commercial area of Chestermere. And the idea is that connection, so where it goes into a V, would be a roundabout, so it doesn't create any priority. And then that actually then connects back over to Windermere Drive and into the town center. So it really is intended to be a fairly, maybe not a straight line, but a fairly direct route right into Chestermere's town center, as well as into the commercial area, and therefore being a fairly important connection for Chestermere. All right. So as I said, I'm not going to read through all of these. If there's any that you have a question about, please go ahead. But we've got a number on Rainbow Road, and you see they come at all different, different horizons. And again, that Rainbow Road interchange could change if Conrich Road doesn't go. Yeah,
Councillor Sameh.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm wondering, is this list, if this is approved today, does this become prescriptive, or what is the relationship between this document and decision making?
It's a guide, right? It's not statutory. Where we start to get a little more certainty is when you get to your capital planning, and they start to fall into your capital plan. But even then, you don't have to. This is your guide that says, hey, when you're doing the 10-year capital plan, here are the projects that fall in that. Where do they? Now we're getting into the details. Where do they actually fit within that plan? But it is definitely not. It's not statutory. You can make whatever changes you like, but it is intended to give you some guidance and some rationale for why things are in the order they are.
I just want to add to that too. On this list specifically, I was trying to find one that you would have seen on our capital plan this year. And as an example, you can see Rainbow Road, Chestermere Boulevard to Windermere Drive, 4-lane, 29,000 people. So based on our census we did very recently, we're at that number, and you did not see that road presented in our capital plan and our budgeting because administration took this. We looked at different priorities strategically, financially, what makes that most sense, where do we want to put our funds, and that was pushed out and delayed in our modeling or in our capital plan 5-year horizon because it didn't make sense at that time. So even though this does say that, and someone could point to it and say, why aren't you doing it? There's enough other factors that administration can point to as to why it was delayed or why it was pushed out past the horizon that was in the modeling. So.
And if you take a look at the actual TMP document, you'll see that that particular timing is tied to Bridgeport. Bridgeport's hasn't been built as fast as we thought it was a year and a half, 2 years ago, and therefore, it doesn't need to happen right away. So again, Chestermere Boulevard, there are some changes to how originally the intent was to try to get 4 lanes on Chestermere Boulevard in any way we could. That's changed now to going to build right to 4-lane urban, which I think is a much better approach. So things have changed as we've gone. Part of that has to do with the development and what the developers are willing to up front and that sort of thing. And of course the Chestermere Lake Crossing and North 4-lane approaches, 27,000. To partially answer your question you had earlier, certainly in the TMP, you'll see that it's tied to infrastructure quality and need to replace the infrastructure. And also it talks about development, and it does assign a certain assumed amount going to offsite levies, which is 25% at this point, but that will change likely as you decide what configuration you want that bridge to be. And then we've got a number of others. Read the Township Road 240. You'll see they're all 2-lane cross sections, but there's some bridges and railway crossings need to be dealt with, and partially urbanizing those corridors. Range Road 284. Again, this will change once they finish the functional planning study. The cost estimates will change because they're going to have a lot more certainty to them, and probably a little bit around timing and sequencing that goes with that. And then, of course, the one that causes our development community lots of grief is the Highway 1791 interchange. They can't figure out why they need to contribute to that one, but you're going to need it eventually. It's important for Clearwater, for full build of Clearwater. In fact, that's a condition on Clearwater to finish it. So there's a need for some contribution there. Well, the other one, Range Road 281, I've been asked some questions about why was that put in? The reason is, and normally you would put that in as part of a development, but because at the time, a year and a half ago, Southeast Chestermere wasn't going ahead. Now we know there's some things happening there now. There's nothing happening, but we needed another north-south route. So we recommended putting it in basically as a rural cross section just to create some connectivity, so a low-cost connection that would at least get that connection south, because we know that there's going to be issues at East Chestermere Drive and at the access onto Highway 1, and we wanted to make sure that you get that other route out. Also for emergency purposes, it's fairly important. So what's changed since we first presented this? One, Rainbow Road, Windermere Drive to Highway 1 has been separated into two pieces, and it's no longer in the very short term. We've pushed that out, and again, that has as much to do with the speed at which Bridgeport's moving, but a few other issues around the north part of Rainbow Road. The Chestermere Boulevard to Windermere 4-laning, again, that's been pushed out, same rationale. And Chestermere Boulevard from Range Road 284 to Marina Drive originally was going to be a 4-lane rural, and the idea was let's just get 4 lanes in there. And I think things got a little more reasonable, and I think the building it to the to the interim stage, is ultimately it would be a busway, but built to a proper 4-lane urban standard that provides proper access into the commercial developments that are being planned along there, and that sort of thing will save a lot of rework later on. Of course, at the time, a year and a half ago, it looked like Calgary wasn't going to be doing anything with 17th Avenue. That they seem to have changed their priorities there, which changes our priorities. And that's it. Any other questions?
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to the presenter, I have a question that relates probably to the Transportation Master Plan, maybe the NDP, and maybe land use. And it goes back to the location of maybe Chestermere's future city center, as what it's been called, and the commercial amenities that we put there. So I'm kind of wondering, through a transportation lens, why would we want commercial development on the interior of our communities instead of on the edges on the major transportation routes? And maybe I'm inferring that wrong, and maybe that's not how it is.
The plan a while back to sort of in the previous MDP, it showed the city center, in that area, in that Dawson Chelsea area. It really was only a block off of Chestermere Boulevard. You wouldn't want it right on Chestermere Boulevard. I mean, this is a place that gets lots of people coming and going. You generally don't want direct access right on your major arterial. So having it a block off allows you to do some other amenities and that sort of thing. You keep those that really need the pass by traffic visibility, retail, focused out there. So it would make sense to have those institutional uses, one block off. They're still very close. And keep in mind that the future Chestermere Boulevard is going to have several connections to it, right? There's going to be 3 connections between Range Road 284 and Rainbow Road. So it'll be easy to get to. And Merganser ends up being sort of a more parkway type street than Chestermere Boulevard, and probably a little more conducive to that institutional civic type connection that ends up where the high school ends up going and all that sort of thing. So
Deputy Mayor Ondawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration to the presenter. I have a question. Like, there is any, I know it's bigger level for all over, like any specific project that required like immediate collaboration with the regional or provincial authorities?
Well, the immediate one, the one that really did have some urgency to it, was Range Road 284, and that was because it was impacting, expansion of Chelsea and Waterford, and that need to get something done, and Calgary's resistance to just let us move forward without having a more definitive plan for what that corridor wanted. So there was corridor planning work happened along with the intermunicipal development plan back in 2015-ish, but the functional planning work that's now being done was really that urgency piece that we need to get access, for our developments to be able to keep moving. And so that work is now ongoing. And that's probably of all of them, the one that had, if I had to say that just it's got to get done, right? And because there's something being tied to, immediate needs, that was probably the big one. But it lets us address a number of things. We have to address the intersection of Chestermere Boulevard and Range Road 284 with the City of Calgary because of that, which also has some fairly significant implications to some planning work going on.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, the motion that we were looking for would be to adopt.
I think you had one more.
Oh, sorry. No, all good.
I guess I
thought I looked
want to
at those
ask it,
twice.
and I've been thinking about this a little bit, and it relates to the population horizon that we're looking at here, and how the city is forecasting population growth. So I kind of ran the numbers the other day about an 8% annum growth, and that gets Chestermere to 65,000 people in 10 years.
Mm-hmm. So 8%, I mean, I may eat my words, but I highly doubt you're going to see sustained growth at that level for any length of time. That's a very high growth rate. I'm not sure you want your growth to continue at that speed. It's almost impossible to keep up.
True, but we've done 9% year over year since 2018.
You've been going pretty fast for a while, and that's why I say I don't know how sustainable it is. I've been through this in the Okanagan as well, where they thought they were going to keep growing at 7-8%, and all of a sudden brakes went on. They went down to the normal 2.5%.
Sure, and I do agree with that largely. Although looking at the larger area with Calgary on our precipice, they're right up to us, as we mentioned. They're going to grow around us at an exponential rate. Additionally, de Havilland, additionally, Prairie Gateway. I do not see our population slowing down for the next 10 years.
So if it doesn't, then you need to, you're more important in that regard than a transportation plan is your municipal development plan. But it just means if things are moving faster than we expected, it means stuff gets built faster than expected. And that's one of the reasons we use population horizons, not years, because, crystal balls get awful fuzzy more than about 5 years out. So, if it is continuing in 5 years' time, it's continuing to move that fast, and you're probably going to need to really accelerate some things faster than you thought you were going to. But again, you track it and move with it.
Perfect. Thank you.
To your point, I wonder if historically, previous members of council sitting in these very seats, if they thought the same thing. Well, can't possibly stay at 9.2 for the next year after year, and here we sit in 2024 going, well, it can't possibly stay at this rate, and we're going, yeah, but like Clearwater's not done yet, and right?
Well, it does matter with timing.
It does.
I think
it doesn't matter. In the
your mic's not on, Councillor Warzanowski.
While growth will change, we have to adjust. We have to adapt. So in the context of the TMP, it being a live document, if we continue to grow year after year at 10, 20, 100%, we will adjust. So that point about having a live document is why we're reviewing this. And if growth continues to sustain itself, then we adjust. That crystal ball is not so crystal anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's a fog ball now.
Mm-hmm.
May I add that actually you don't need to adjust. Because we've tied it to population horizons and not growth rates, right? We take the growth rate question out of it, and it means that you still follow the plan. You can still follow the plan without even having to divert off. And that's why growth rates, there's so many things that are nothing to do with Chestermere that will impact your growth rate. That it's nice to take that one variable out of the planning.
Councillor Schindler.
I see a lot of this is dependent on what Calgary's doing. And so my question through the chair to our presenter is what's the risk like if Calgary decides to change direction? Are we seeing, and are you privy to seeing any change in direction on their build out on the east side?
So I won't get into the development and planning. I'll stick strictly to transportation.
Yeah.
They've accelerated things. I don't think they're turning back. They've gone and they're basically updating the functional plan. They want to get moving. We had a meeting with the City of Calgary last week on their Max Purple plan. They're looking at trying to get this moving as fast as possible. They're like I said, they're updating the functional planning work so that they can do something. and it remains number one in the region. So Calgary had a big influence on that prioritization. So they're seeing it as important. The risk is they decide not to go forward. What happens then is we need to push for one of the interchanges faster.
Right. We're in an election year, and there's rumblings of change in council. So I'm wondering how all of council is feeling, if there's any variance.
That 17th Avenue Transitway has not been all that controversial. I think it's been generally considered to be a fairly successful project. So it's not a green line. It comes at a much lower cost than to provide a higher level of transit than others. And while some would like to see it as an LRT route, I think to date it's been a relatively there's controversy and everything, but a relatively non-controversial. So I'd be very surprised if we saw that change. And I think it may be far enough along the route that anything can get yanked, but pretty confident they'll be moving forward. They're going to have to do something. They've got to support their own development unless they want to shut down development in Belvedere, and I don't see that happen.
I think there's also been acknowledgement through City of Calgary, and we've seen this through different committee levels, whether it be JPA or other committees as well, that City of Calgary has acknowledged that there is a difference in their development on their east side as opposed to all other sides of Calgary. And so that to me is more influencing on that acknowledgement from their entire basically city council as well as their administration about the differences in their development on the east side.
I would just hate to build these nice roads and then have to wait 30 years for Calgary we would look really silly and like we wasted a bunch of money.
Yeah.
I would say that I think the risk is very low. If they suddenly decided not to do 17th Avenue, if you're still going to proceed with commercial or retail development along Chestermere Boulevard, you're going to need the turn lanes, you're going to need the extra throughput to just even service your own traffic. Yeah, you could delay it longer, but you're going to need it anyways. The idea that it's going to be this fast route into Calgary, I think, is the misconception that's out there. It's really there to serve retail development. That's the main reason for doing this. Part of the reason that the developers are front-ending some of this.
Mm-hmm.
So I think the risks are relatively low, I guess, is the...
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a general comment and question for council, I suppose, at a political level. These presentations we've seen have been so excellent and so well considered. I'm quite impressed with the work that's gone into these. I also am not sure how they address the transportation issues that residents are bringing forward to us. And I'm worried that 10 years from now, we might look back on congestion and traffic issues as being the biggest source of erosion in trust for local government in this community. And so I have this really big, broad question for council of whether we think that this is supporting that, whether you agree, and whether there's anything else that can be done about it. Or is this descriptive? This is what it is, and we're going to communicate, we're going to address, we're going to move forward.
Okay, I'll take it. To me, it does. I think that as we look at the trajectory of our community, as we've looked to what we have inherited as a council from previous years, we've all talked about the idea. I think, yes, for sure, there is a perception from a percentage of the population that, oh, well, the twinning of Chestermere Boulevard was going to get me to Calgary faster. I think that's actually a lower percentage. I think the bigger need for the twinning of Chestermere Boulevard comes from a safety concern, as well as I don't think it was about getting there faster because you're going to put the speed limit back up. I think we've passed that horizon. I think it was more about, can we twin this so that A, it's safer, and B, when I look at roads within Calgary, such as say a 16th Avenue that they have a light at every intersection, right? But you're also 3 lanes on either side, right? So to me, there's that. I also think that some other decisions that we're going to be talking about here later today, I think are going to impact that. And I also think that this addresses it from the standpoint of what Councillor Warzanowski was pointing out a few minutes ago, about this being a live document that we can address at different times. And should we come to a point where all of a sudden, instead of a 8% growth, as Councillor Grant was running some numbers on, that suddenly that growth jumps to a 16% growth, then we're going to be making adjustments, because again, this is not statutory. This is a live document. So this is just me. I think from a political standpoint, it does address this. I think that this council so far has been very intentional in the decisions that it has been making, but also, as importantly, I think our administration has been very intentional about the decisions that they are making, and I think that today certainly demonstrates proactivity that is happening across our administration with how much they're bringing to us. So I'm really happy, excited, and comfortable with the information that we've been presented with today, and I think it does address the issues that residents have been bringing forward to us. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And if I may add some commentary in regards to Councillor Sambo's question to Council, we have not only a proven expert presenting to us who has had experience both in the city of Calgary, the city of Edmonton, and many municipalities that probably are longer than I can list. So I trust in that. He's a professional, and we have trust certainly in Mrs. Doherty as well. But one thing I'd like to add is, if we do nothing, those congestion problems that we have, if we don't twin Chestermere Boulevard as an example, while we do understand that residential and commercial development will occur along that corridor, can you imagine what that would look like if it was just a single lane? Can you imagine if we didn't put out long-term plans about exiting to Highway 1 through Glenmore Trail, Pagan Trail, Memorial Drive? To me, this is a no-brainer. I trust in the experts, and I don't think there's more that needs to come back to council, because it is a living document and it is queued based on population. So well done. I'm glad that this is brought to council, and thank you to administration also for bringing all of the traffic-related challenges all in one day, because it makes our life a lot easier when we're making these decisions. Thank you.
Councillor Chandler.
If I may respond to Councillor Sambo's question, I think if we boil down what the citizens are saying is they don't like to stop or they don't like to wait. So I think that if we look at our transportation master plan as a method to keep people moving, that would certainly ease people's outlook on how fast they're moving. For example, if we can keep people moving at 50 kilometers an hour through the city, or 40 kilometers an hour through the city, they're less likely to complain because they're not necessarily stopping and waiting. And I think it's the stopping and waiting, like as we've seen with stop signs and the congestion of traffic, people waiting or going slow. Isn't necessarily going slow isn't necessarily the problem. It's that they're stopping. So I think going forward, keeping people moving, less stoplights might be more advantageous to keeping people happy throughout all our corridors.
Okay. With that, then I guess I would say to council, are we comfortable now moving to the motion? Can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. Gladly. Motion, council adopt the City of Chestermere Transportation Master Plan with 2023 supplement as prepared by EXP as a guide for the development, improvement, and management of transportation systems within the City of Chestermere.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions from council? Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a feeling I'll be the minority here. I think this is excellent, but I'm unsure of how I will communicate this to the public. So I feel a sense of unease around that, but I don't want that to be seen as any distaste or disrespect for the process, because I think this is fantastic. I just think we're slowly pulling back layers upon layers of a difference between public expectation and what is actually happening and possible.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions for council? Okay, with that, call for the vote. Great, thank you. And that's carried. With that, then, I would like to say we'll go for a lunch break and we will come back at, it's 1:30 work, 45 minutes? Is that good? We'll come back at 1:30. Thanks, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. We're just coming out of our lunch break here and moving on to item 9.2, which is our Rainbow Road North budget update. This is being presented by Sameh El-Henawi. Sameh, your mic.
Oh, microphone.
We got you. There you go.
There we go. Oh, yeah. Today I have a request for a decision, and the subject for this report is the budget for Rainbow Road North upgrade and Highway 1 intersection improvements. So I would like to offer for your consideration the following recommendation and motion. That council approve the allocation of $3.5 million to rebuild the Rainbow Road North from Windermere Drive to Highway 1 to a 2-lane rural cross-section with an asphalt pavement surface, and implement the Highway 1 intersection improvements subject to the approval of Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors. So to provide a bit of a quick background, before December of 2021, the road was closed at Windermere Drive, so closing off that northern section of Rainbow Road to reduce demand at the Rainbow Road and Highway 1 intersection. Following that, in December of 2021, the barriers were removed, reopening that piece of road to the north for traffic to access Highway 1 via the Rainbow Road North section. And then in 2024, the road was closed back again by city operations due to the poor road condition. So in response to the concerns that were brought up about the traffic and the infrastructure conditions, so we retained Stantec Consulting last year to basically do a comprehensive needs assessment on the road. And the recommendation that came out of that study was to keep the barricades in place while maintaining the road for local access to the businesses on the east side of the road. So this recommendation was presented in a report to council back on December 3rd, 2024. Now, further to the deliberations that took place during the 2025 capital budget and the 5-year capital plan preparation. So administration is now bringing forward this report to basically provide council with some options to open Rainbow Road North. So the recommended option that we're bringing forward today includes the removal of the barriers and reopening that northern section of Rainbow Road North from Windermere Drive to Highway 1. So there's a couple of items to note with that reopening of that northern section of Rainbow Road. So the scope that we're proposing will entail the full rebuild of the existing road base and the construction of the road to a 2-lane rural road standard with an asphalt pavement surface. The second item is that the road and the intersection improvements, once they're completed, will likely cause congestion for vehicular traffic, utilizing that improved roadway and making the turn movements at the Highway 1 intersection. However, they will improve the safety of both the road and the Highway 1 intersection as the project work is completed. The reopening of the road will... Oh, sorry.
Councilor Worzynowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And through yourself to Sameh, you make the comment about making it safer at the intersection of Highway 1. That may be the case in regards to the current road condition, but depending on how we make that transition at Highway 1, it may be debated whether that transition is safer, whether it's right in, right out, or full left, all traffic. That does pose some risk in regards to that transition. Am I correct?
That's correct. I think the part of the intersection improvements that we're proposing today maintain the all-turn access at the Highway 1 intersection and with some improvements along the Highway 1 itself, basically the addition of the westbound acceleration lane to make it safe for the traffic going from the northbound pulling out into the live traffic going westbound on Highway 1. But the caveat with that is these improvements are subject to the approval of Alberta Transportation, which we'll be collaborating with them on as this project moves forward. Does this answer the question, Council?
Yes, I just wanted to comment that safety, I don't think we can just blanket say that safety is going to be improved. The road is in bad condition, certainly, but there are other safety concerns with that intersection that are independent of the road condition.
Noted. Thank you. So reopening of the road will increase the traffic volumes and the demand for this road as people start to use this as their route from the city and outside the city. So what that does is reopening of the road will advance the need to upgrade the road further into a 2-lane urban standard, and then the twinning to a 4-lane urban standard, and the ultimate building of the half diamond interchange that Stephen Power showed a sketch for in his presentation. So as per the transportation plan and also the information that Stephen Power presented, so the half diamond interchange will require the road to be realigned to the west to accommodate that new interchange. And we're anticipating that to be 5 to 10 years in the horizon, but it's not currently within the city's purview or control. So as I mentioned, administration will collaborate with Alberta Transportation to discuss the safety, the improvements that we're suggesting at the Highway 1 intersection to make it safe for people traveling along the Highway 1 to know that there is an intersection coming up, and for people trying to make the left turn from Rainbow Road onto Highway 1 to basically make that safe maneuver without without the risk of them running into a collision or experiencing unsafe behavior. So there's a couple of recommendations here. So we'll be looking at the placement of some road signage along the Highway 1 to enhance the visibility, the westbound lane, the westbound acceleration lane on Highway 1, as I mentioned earlier, and the installation of street lights at the Highway 1 intersection to enhance that visibility to drivers approaching the intersection. So the funding source that will for this project will be the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, MSI. So that's the last item to note here. In terms of the implications, so the opening of Rainbow Road does address the need for residents to basically have a full north-south corridor to come in and exit through the city. And to accommodate that increased volume that's going to be seen once we open up the road and pave it, we strongly recommend rebuilding the existing base before any road upgrades take place. Not doing so does cause the new road surface placed on any existing base to deteriorate faster than expected, and it also comes with substantial and recurring maintenance costs associated with doing so. In terms of the risks, so if council decides not to implement the recommended option that's being brought forward today, so there are a couple of risks to note. So the increased maintenance costs, as I mentioned, from resulting from not rebuilding the base before doing the road upgrades. And the second point is the criticism and potential erosion of trust in council and administration ability to deliver infrastructure projects effectively that meets the quality and the service levels sought by council and their residents. So, as an attachment, there is a figure that shows the section of Rainbow Road North that we're referring to for your convenience. And the last thing I would like to go over is other options to consider besides what administration is recommending today. So the other option to consider is basically, again, open up the road at Windermere Drive, but resurface the road without rebuilding the base. So what this option entails is also, again, maintaining all the alternate access at the Highway 1 intersection, so mimicking what exists there today, and installing street lights, constructing the westbound acceleration lane at the Highway 1 intersection. So the only difference is rebuilding the base versus not rebuilding the base between the two options that we're bringing forward here. So the estimated cost of this alternative option is 2.105 million. But this option, as I mentioned earlier, comes with the inherent risk of the road deteriorating faster than what would be anticipated as the traffic volumes start to increase on the new paved surface. The other option to consider is basically leave the road closed at Windermere Drive, substantiating the recommendation that was brought forward to Mayor and Council on December 3rd. And,
Mr. Edney.
Thank you. And just through the chair to council, I think one other option that's in here that we didn't put on here necessarily is, I think Councilor Warzanowski mentioned it, you could change it to a right in, right out, similar to Paradise, just down the road. But we kind of directed it to sort of these two and then work backwards from there if that's something you want to work towards. So, and again, the reason for bringing this today was during the budget deliberations of, are there any options to keep it open and what are the actual costs? And this has given some information on what the actual cost would be should you choose to do something on that road today.
Great, thank you. Is there anything else presentation-wise?
No.
Okay, anything else
Thank you.
administration-wise, presentation-wise? Okay, thank you. Okay, so what I'm going to do, and I'm going to handle this carefully, just wanted to make sure that we're doing this from a legislative proper procedure. Should there be questions specific to the presentation, then we'll open it up for those. However, if it is opinion or debate, I'm going to ask council to reserve opinion and debate until the motion is on the floor. So if there's a specific question about the presentation, then we'll open up that opportunity first. Opinion and debate should be held until there is a motion on the floor. I will start with Ms. Armitage.
To the mayor and all of council, I do want to take a moment and acknowledge that our planning and engineering consultant, Mr. Stephen Power, is still here, given the understanding he has of our entire city and the regional network. While we have handled this one so far from a report writing perspective with our internal city staff, he is here to be able to answer any questions that might involve that larger picture, and he is more than happy to answer any questions, should they pertain to him.
And to that point, before we go to the questions, is there anything else that you would want to add to this presentation at all, Mr. Power, from that regional point of view?
No, I really haven't been involved in this project, and on purpose. The only thing I will say is just, a couple things I would keep in mind. One, Highway 1 is provincial jurisdiction, and they actually have control in the end. The other part is, if something happens in terms of growth and development on the north side in Rocky View, that could really have a change in what you do here. Because as you can imagine, if you start to get some development happen on the north side in Rocky View, that left turn, that eastbound left turn coming off is now going to conflict with the northbound left turn coming onto the highway, and it can create some problems over what you're looking at. But as long as it sits as it does now, that conflict won't be there. But that would just the reminder that this is a provincial highway and they can do what they want.
To that point, though, it would still be a provincial highway. So if
Absolutely.
if that development happened on the north side,
Yeah.
Alberta Transportation would again become involved,
Absolutely.
despite whatever decision.
And they have approval
Yeah.
authority over it, yes.
Right. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through yourself to Ms. Armitage, thank you for that. I do have a question back for our professional here, Mr. Power. I know you just stated that you're not super familiar with this intersection. When Stantec presented this needs assessment, their general recommendation, they gave us a number of options, including signals, including right in, right out, including all turns, and including the closure of the road. And at the time, their initial recommendation, I'm looking at the report right now, was to close the road because it was in such bad condition. One of the concerns that I have, not only as a professional, but speaking on behalf of residents, is the liability if we open up all turning lanes from a liability standpoint. And I know you're not familiar with this intersection, but in general, knowing the circumstances of that interchange with the speeds on Highway 1 and having the ability to turn, even in the Stantec report, they do do a collision analysis, and there has been collisions of eastbound traffic with people turning westbound crossing that highway. And you see it at any interchange in Chestermere. So maybe that's why Paradise Road isn't always, not only that, it doesn't cross the highway at that point. This one does. So my general question, that was a long build-up, and I'm just trying to give you the build-up because you may not have read the Stantec report, is would you be in support of all turning or just right in, right out?
So I'll start off, I'm not a lawyer, so the question on liability is, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that's you don't carry the liability on that. In fact, I'm quite confident of that. In fact, I think it's been actually asked to council in the past. I think it's important, back to my previous point, this is Alberta Transportation's highway, and they can decide whatever they want to do in terms of closing movements. And should the collision situation become an issue in their mind, they will close it. That's pretty simple. And so I think my comment would be that no matter what you do, be prepared for it to go to right in, right out at some point. I really don't see a situation where it stays all movements forever. As traffic grows, there's going to be a point. There's going to be a point, and I should, to say that I don't know the intersection at all is not true. I've evaluated a number of TIAs that have been done around this, and I can tell you that I looked at one a couple of years back that there's a company wanted to have trucks make left turns out of there, and the level of service just plummeted. Remember my comment before about how delays and traffic increase very quickly with one or two added. You will not need very much traffic trying to turn left there before you get into lengthy delays, because you just will not have gaps in the traffic to get it through. It helps with the acceleration lane, but your eastbound traffic is going to prevent that. So I think my comment would be that no matter what you do here, it's not going to be unless you right in, right out it won't be a long-term solution. I would love it if you could put a signal there. I think that would be fabulous for Chestermere, because I think you could then process lots. We've tried many times. May not hurt to try again, but Alberta Transportation is pretty resistant to that. But I would say if they're not willing to kick money in, then perhaps they should think about a signal. That would be my answer to that question. But I would say that all movements has a life to it. That's probably the best way of putting it. Yeah.
Since it's been open, though, Alberta Transportation did not close that intersection, correct?
Correct.
Right. So since it was open, Alberta Transportation has made no decision to then close that intersection since.
From my understanding.
And they could have done that, but have not done that. Correct? Okay, thank you. Councillor Grant, I think I saw you wave at me first, and then Councillor Narayan.
Sure, I have a quick question through the chair, and this is mostly to administration. When the road was reopened in 2021, how was that done? Was it done through council motion, or was it done by administration?
I can take that. Yeah, through the chair to council. That was a council motion to open it.
Okay.
Yeah, so administration went and did it. Not to your question, but I'll also just add some insight. When I made the decision to close Rainbow Road, right now, it wasn't because of the intersection. It was because we could not maintain the Rainbow Road surface in our existing budget. to make that part of the road safe. That was sort of the rationale this summer when we did that.
So my follow-up to that is, are we ignoring that previous motion then?
What do you mean by ignoring?
To have it open.
Ignoring the previous motion. By
If council put a motion to have that road open,
That's a great question.
and now it's closed,
So, despite a council motion, our policies and our bylaws give actually the Director of Community Operations and the CAO the ability to close a road due to safety concerns. So at any point, if administration thinks something that council has done is unsafe and we can validate it, we can actually override the council motion. So in this case, we're not. This is something Pat and I looked at in great detail to make sure we weren't doing something. But I think those councillors that were on that drive saw that when we had that bus out there, and yeah, it was dangerous
It was
just
bad.
to drive on the road.
For sure.
Forgetting the intersection.
correct.
So yes,
so
we're
along-
in violation.
Sorry. So along the lines of Councillor Grant's line of questioning, then administration, based on the motion that they are suggesting, has changed their stance in that should the base of the road be updated, that would then address the safety concerns that led you to the decision to close the road when you did. Is that correct?
Yes. So through the chair, the issue from on that is essentially, if we're going to do it right, because that's what got this into a problem originally. Was they said open it and put a poor cheap layer on top without rebuilding, and it lasted not very long before it became a problem. And while we tried to maintain it, we just did not have the budget to maintain it properly. So I guess if I put my Director of Operations hat on and CAO hat on, what caused this in the summer was not the intersection at Highway 1. It was literally that drivability end. The recommendation would be to rebuild the base, put an asphalt top. To Mr. Power's comment, someone might come in and change what happens at the intersection, but at least now that part of the road should last us a substantial time before we have to put more money into it.
But when the road was open and turned to an all-way stop, Alberta's Transportation's reaction to it was to change the speed limit to 80, not close the intersection.
Correct.
Correct? That was Alberta Transportation from based on what Mr. Power is saying. If Alberta Transportation had wanted to, Alberta Transportation could have just closed the intersection and said, we don't care what you're doing, council, we're closing the intersection. They did not do that. They did not close the intersection, which was under their purview. Instead, they changed the speed limit to 80. Is that correct? Correct. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, and just a comment that Councillor Wozanowski made on the liability, because I think it was discussed whether in the report or by administration or it was a legal advice that we were given at some point that as long as administration does things to mitigate liability, i.e. in this case putting more street lights, putting signs, then we're doing our due diligence. So we should be fine now.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I just want to be careful because we should only be doing questions right now, not statements. I'm going to ask for the motion here in a minute, then we can make all kinds of statements. Councillor Schindler and then Councillor Sambo.
Through the chair to administration. So have we engaged ATEC on this upgrade, and how will the future upgrades to 284, which I've heard have significant impacts on both Paradise and Rainbow, have we taken those into account when we're going to spend $3 million to fix this road?
So, through the chair to the councillor, we have had discussions with AT through Stantec on the development of the options that we came forward with at the time. I would say we need to revisit that discussion with a solid plan of what we're proposing to confirm their take on what we're proposing. and whether that stance has changed or needs to be modified as we move the project forward.
Part of what also happened, as council may recall, is that I also engaged with Alberta Transportation and with our local MLA specifically on this issue as well. Right. And so all of that happened before Christmas. So there have been some conversations. And one of the things, as we may recall, is that there was some information that was provided that and it was really in the presentations that we saw earlier, that the timelines for some of those other things are completely unclear. Right. We don't know when those things are going to happen, at which point they start to trigger any other thing. Right. And so that has basically been confirmed that while there are plans, so to speak, I believe we saw this in the presentation from earlier, while there are plans, the interchange at Chestermere Boulevard and Highway 1 has been talked about for, yeah, you can tell by the smile on Mr. Power's face right now, right? It's been talked about forever, right? And so unfortunately, we are in a bit of an uncertainty with regards to timelines, and I can confirm that has been confirmed by Alberta Transportation. Mr. Edney?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to that second part of your question there, Councillor Schindler, I think that's part of why this is coming back. That original report, part of administration's rationale that was brought forward was we would spend $3.5 million on Rainbow Road. We just heard Mr. Power talk about how if that interchange comes, Rainbow Road will be diverted a bit, and this will become just access to those local businesses. And administration's first thought was, yeah, that's a really nice road for a few residents to have. But to the mayor's point, that I think was some of our discussions in budget of we think that may happen in 3 or 5 years, but it may not happen for 15. And then now we're sitting with this same problem for 15. So while this is a recommendation from administration, this is really trying to give you the information based on what I heard in budget discussions of council wasn't really happy of just accepting keeping it closed for safety. And that's why I think it's important what Sammy's talking about the safety is just to Councillor Warzanowski's point earlier, just paving the Rainbow Road part makes that part safe, but doesn't change the intersection. And that's why there needs to be some, even just street lights. I said, why can't we have flashing signs on eastbound Highway 1 saying, hey, attention, cars crossing? And, there's some things we can do, but we need to do something other than just fix the Rainbow Road part, I think, in my opinion.
Councillor Schindler?
Sorry, I have just a follow-up with that, because so right at that point is when 110, the speed limit 110 begins to, or comes into effect. And then leading up to it, it's still 110. And I'm asking if the Alberta Transportation is engaged with this so that, are they going to want to extend that 80-kilometer-an-hour zone further past Paradise to slow down that traffic for that intersection? Or are we going to come up to them with this plan and they go, no, you can't do that. And I don't want to get our hands slapped without a good plan.
Yeah, I would say that that's not a concern based on what was said earlier. Alberta Transportation could have done that in 2021, 2022 when this was done. They didn't, right? Alberta Transportation made a decision on the open intersection. They already made that decision. And what they did was on an all turns intersection, the decision that they made was to change the speed limit to 80. Right? And so, again, going back to the opinion that we've heard from our professional at that time, because it's in their purview, they could have closed the intersection. We could have opened it. We, the city, could have opened it, and Alberta Transportation could have gone, no, just kidding. And what they actually did was change the speed limit to 80 and made all those other measures. And they did not, they could have at that time, if they had wanted to, extended the 80 zone all the way to where you go to the turn for Chestermere High School. All of those decisions could have been made at that time. We have no evidence thereof that they would then make a different decision now based on the fact that that decision was based on an all turns road. Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. And 3 questions I have through you. The first one on the same topic. Before all of this happened with Rainbow Road and the Highway 1 intersection, I believe Paradise Road had a right in, right out at that time, and there was no change to the speed limit. So my first question is, if we were to definitively say we're not opening up this section of road, this intersection is not a problem, do we think that there's any opportunity there for the speed limit to increase again, or is that completely off the table at this point?
I don't have an answer to that because I don't think we ever asked the question. Yeah, I don't think we ever asked that question. Yeah. I would. Yeah. Sorry, you had 3 questions?
Unsure, yeah. I am kind of wondering about that because you may see the reasoning of where I'm going, but I'm not making an argument, just asking questions. Is this stretch of road unique in any way, or if you were, say, looking at another road like Paradise Road for a similar upgrade, would it be in the same range for price?
I think, to be fair, and I feel free to jump in on this, doesn't Paradise Road is in the turn, though, whereas this is not in the turn.
At the bend. You can see it right
At the bend. Paradise Road is at the bend.
Not quite. No, not quite. Yeah.
You can see it right here. I mean, it's right at the beginning.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. No, sorry. I just think that was part of the mitigating factor for Paradise Road is its proximity to the bend, as opposed to Rainbow Road is not as close to the bend, as in the right in, right out. I mean.
So just in general concept, there's nothing very unique about this portion of road. It's roughly the cost that this section of road would cost to upgrade in this capacity. Just orienting myself in context. Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
No, you can't comment on your own presentation.
Only
Sorry,
we speak.
your mic's off though. There you go.
So through the chair to the councillor, so lengthwise they may be similar, but I think it's also a question of what lies below the road structure. I think that factors into the cost as well, and I don't know about Paradise Road, so I can't compare the two at this point in time. So that's the one consideration to take into account as we look at these roads as well. How Rainbow Road is different from Paradise Road. Rainbow Road is a regional connector. So that's a higher road classification within our arterial road classification. So naturally it would drive more traffic, especially with the paved surface, and increase the demand on the road in terms of traffic and the intersection of Highway 1.
Certainly, that makes sense.
Can I just add to that?
Councillor
Next question.
Councillor Woznowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I just wanted to just ask a question in follow-up to Councillor Sandbo's question. So through the chair to our presenters and administration, do the costs include the upgrades enough for heavy traffic because of the new development going in that area?
Yeah, sure.
Through the chair to the council, I've had discussions with our operations on having the capacity on the Rainbow Road, and it will still stay as 75% maximum capacity, even though the bridge on the south side is newly built. Since there's a lot of construction happening, that's the operational thing that we have in our road data, and it can change, but currently speaking, it will not change. So even the heavy traffic that would come in onto that road would still not be 100%.
Okay, then we all know in the real world, whether it's 75% or not, they will use it as 100%. So we need to be mindful of those maintenance costs and potential costs to the city if we have to repair that road once they start moving soil and earth out of that northern portion of Chestermere. So I don't know if that warrants, I know the motion isn't on the table yet, but that's something that we have to keep in mind in regards to the costs. We pay now or we pay later.
Thank you. Councillor Sameh, did you have a third question?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My last question was wondering about the relative safety between these two intersection options we've talked about, which is the right in, right out, and this half diamond. Do we have any concept of relative safety of an intersection between those? Or you guys are giving me looks. Are those the same thing or are they different?
Half diamond is an interchange, that's a long-term solution.
Mm-hmm.
The short term.
Yeah. Sure, that's fine. Oh, it's an overpass.
It's an overpass.
Oh, okay. So it would probably be safer than a right in, right out. Is that what we're indicating?
Yep.
Okay. Great, thank you.
I'm going to jump in now. For context, if you've ever driven to Callaway Park, as I assume most people have, the overpass you take to get into Callaway Park is the same type of overpass we're discussing here. So it doesn't have the big clover leaves, not a big bunch of circles, but it's one loop up and over.
But that is a long-term solution,
That's
correct?
a long-term
Not
solution,
short-term.
100%.
It's not even necessarily on the, it is on the radar, but far.
70,000, I think it's.
Telescope radar, yeah. Okay, so then, oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
Add one thing. So, just a few minutes ago, we were discussing about the options of Alberta Transportation not closing off this intersection. In 2021, when this road was opened and all those things, acceleration lane was proposed. And to my knowledge, Alberta Transportation did agree at that point at city's time that you install the acceleration lane westbound to increase safety on this intersection. But then operation wise, it was closed on later and things did not happen. But that was considered in 2021 and 2022. And design was done by Stantec onto it for the acceleration lane.
Yeah.
So those were the things that were in discussion with ATAC in recent history to keep this intersection operational and safe to some extent.
Right, thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to propose that we open up the motion that was proposed from our administration so that then we can debate the motion. So, Councillor Narayan. Oh, what'd I do?
I was just going to suggest that you don't have to make that motion.
Well, Councillor Narayan said he wants to, so we're good. Okay. I know, but Councillor Narayan said he wants to make it. Good.
That's it. All right, so move council approve the allocation of 3.5 million to rebuild Rainbow Road North from Windermere Drive to Highway 1 to a 2-lane rural cross-section with an asphalt pavement surface and implements the Highway 1 intersection improvements subject to the approval of Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, ATAC.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions now with regards to the motion. Councillor Worzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. I'll start. I'm actually on the fence on this one, and if I'm going to be leaning one direction, I probably would be leaning towards in support of rebuilding this road, but there will be conditions, so that may sway my vote. But the conditions that that concern me is one, for the amount of effort it takes to get an accurate cost on being able to go 100%, I think that would be important to our city because we know that that development in that area is forthcoming and in the near term. Secondly, when I review the needs assessment, I look at the weighted score, and scenario 3 is what you're proposing was by far the lowest approved weighted score by Stantec, the second being right in, right out with removal of the barricades. So I am in support of upgrading this road, but I'd like to know more information before I vote for this motion as it's presented.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair to the councillor, I think, so in terms of the right in, right out, it does make the intersection somewhat safer from the perspective that you're eliminating the left out from Rainbow Road North onto Highway 1. I would say it may not address the need to open Rainbow Road North and the expectations that people have in terms of opening the road and them needing a full ingress and egress point from the city.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sameh, just further to Councillor Worzanowski's question, the cost for both options, right in, right out, and all turns, the road, rebuild, etc., is the same. So they're relatively, from my understanding, relatively the same cost. But you wouldn't do the
Sorry if I
westbound-
could interrupt. May I?
Yeah.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to comment, Mr. Edney. I wanted to know the difference in cost to upgrade I'm in support of upgrading this road. However, if we know that there's going to be heavy traffic on that road, I think it would be good for the citizens to understand the cost of making it 100% load for heavy traffic, not 75%, before we make the decision on approving this road. If it's a relatively small effort, because we know in the near term Bridgeport is going to have some development. The issue on the safety at the intersection is independent of that question.
Yes, my question was going somewhere else. I think it was more because there is some discussion on the all-ways versus the right in, right out. The acceleration lane is the only extra cost that ends up between those two differences. We'd still want to put street lights. We'd still want to do the upgrade, check into a cost on a complete, I guess, better base upgrade. But was a couple $100,000. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In that magnitude.
So it becomes more the safety aspect than necessarily the cost between those two options.
Councillor Schindler?
So maybe you'll remember I campaigned on this road. I like the idea of upgrading it, and I like the idea of opening it up for traffic. My stipulations are that lighting, of course, be improved. We've talked about that. But the approaches to this intersection be reduced down to 80 as well. I think that we have 110 coming to and from on the east side of this intersection. And we need to talk to ATEC to drop those down to 80, only because I can see that being a major issue.
Councillor Schindler, they're 80 now.
No, they are not. They're
80. When you come out of Calgary, it becomes 110.
It becomes
after Rainbow Road.
After Rainbow Road.
And coming into Rainbow Road, the 80 starts before Rainbow Road.
And it starts 80 after Rainbow Road.
No, before. Before. I drive this every day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was
drive it every day.
And then in the increasing of lights, of course, but I do have concerns about this intersection for safety wise. So, as long as we're doing this correct, and you guys can assure me that the road is not going to fall apart in a year, I'm happily going to support this motion, and I think the rest of it, I think I would encourage council to do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Narayan.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to say that I'm all about getting and doing things correctly, and I think we're doing it correctly now.
Mm-hmm.
I like the due diligence the administration has put into this. There's a lot of thought. Previously I wasn't a big fan of opening it arbitrarily opening it and without any proper studies. So I think administration has done a pretty good job of checking all the boxes. So I'll definitely be in support for what's being presented here.
Councillor Narayan, would you mind my sharing the history on the voting on that, or I don't have to?
Thank you, Worship. So this is quite controversial indeed, because initially when this intersection was opened in 2021, it was, like I said, done quite arbitrarily. There was no proper studies, and it was pretty much done overnight. So it came down to a 4-3 vote, and of course it was defeated.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't?
It was 6-1.
Oh, okay.
You were the only one who voted no. That's why I'm.
Oh, okay.
I actually wanted to commend you in terms of, it's interesting to me that, so Councillor Narayan at the time was the only one who voted no. And it is one of those moments I wish I would have had back as a councillor, based on some time. But I just wanted to speak to the due diligence that I think we all know that all of us put in, and Councillor Ryan puts in. So speaking from his comments with regards to how that's been done, that's why I asked your permission if I could share that, and then I just kind of did it without you saying yes. But Councillor Ryan was actually the solo vote on the no at that time, and it sounds to me like you are having a difference of opinion about, based on the work of administration, based on how this has been done, based on the process, and based on the safety things that are being put into place. Would that be a correct assessment?
That's pretty that's quite correct, and I'm glad that we were not voting the same way all the time.
That's,
I guess it wasn't a 4-3.
It was not. It was not, actually.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Grant. You were okay, Mr. Edney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I try my best here.
Just through council, I was just chatting with Janae just to get some clarity on Council Warzanowski's comment around building it to 75 versus 100. What we're proposing here is building the quality road that could be 100. The issue is downstream. So if we had 100% trucks coming on and we set 100% here, there's issues downstream on Rainbow Road that then require a ban, and there's no way for that guy to sort of change his mind. Do you know what I mean? So that's my understanding of it's actually not an issue with the road we're planning to build. It's an issue with the roads further downstream that now someone's turned off, said, hey, it's 100%, there's no ban, I'm good. They get stuck in the middle when now there's a 75% ban or a 90% ban somewhere downstream. So just wanted to clarify that we weren't planning on building a sort of a 3/4 strength road. It was more of the issues with the bridge and stuff as you go further down on Rainbow Road.
Okay. Councillor Grant.
Yes, and thank you through the chair to administration. And to add to your thought there, Mr. Edney, on how road bans work, it's something that we should do on this road so that we are making sure that it's going to last long as possible. We don't need heavy traffic on it. There's other routes it can go. So I fully recommend building it to 100% and then road banning it to an appropriate amount. My second question was, in relation to these interchanges off of Highway 1, what is the difference, or what makes Rainbow Road intersection more dangerous than, say, Range Road 284 or 791 and Highway 1? Since those are all lanes. So I'm just wondering, what's so scary about this one?
Stephen, I might.
Oh wow! Look at that.
This question to you.
Everybody wanted to jump.
Geometrically, they're all the same. The problem is so the issue becomes, and it's not that this is any more scary. They're all problematic, and I would argue the 284 may be a bigger problem than this one at the current time because it carries more traffic. This treatment on Alberta highways is kind of a rural intersection treatment that's intended to serve predominantly agricultural land and rural land. This kind of treatment for intersections is not intended to serve urban development. And I think this is where a lot of this comes from, is that when you open it up, you are now accessing an urban area. And then the traffic demand that comes with that becomes the problem. And as I said before, I mean, safety is one issue, but the other side is the operational. The ability to make that left turn is going to get really tough really fast. I guess I would argue that this road is not likely to carry the huge volumes of traffic that we're worried about, because it simply won't. You'll be sitting. I made the comment earlier before when I say somebody isn't sitting for 15 minutes. They're not going to sit for 15 minutes, but you'll be at a point very quickly, and I've done the analysis already that shows 2, 3, 4 minutes to make a left turn. Because of as the volume of traffic increases, all you need is very small volume of traffic, more than you have today, wanting to make that left turn, and it's going to back up. And guess what? So people aren't going to take it. They're not going to use that route. And that's why I say I think it's got a life to it, and it's probably not a long life.
So is that analysis during all times, or is that peak congestion times?
So the analysis that was done is during peak, but the peak is when people want to use it, right?
Yeah.
So that's one of the challenges.
Thank you.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean, and through yourself, I'm glad that Mr. Power spoke up there, because I've yet to hear a professional, and not one of us on this panel is a professional in traffic, nor are we in intersection design. And while Mayor Dean made a good point about ATEC approving this in the past with potential acceleration lane, we can't assume that they're paying attention, number one, or that they won't close it in the future. So it's hard for me to deny Mr. Power's comments about the longevity of all turning lanes, no matter what we put in, acceleration or otherwise, lighting or otherwise. I still can't deny that Stantec, which we would assume the city has responsibly hired as experts, Scenario 2 destroyed Scenario 3 in regards to the weighted score, and not one person has come up to the podium and commented other than Mr. Power in regards to the all lanes versus right in, right out. So I won't be in support of this motion unless we have a better solution to make it safer.
Okay, thank you. I have, sorry, Councillor Sambo.
Thank you, Your Worship. Offering support also for what Councillor Warzanowski is adding here. These are my comments exactly. Looking at this data that Councillor Warzanowski is referencing, this is 100% a fatal scenario. All-way traffic through that intersection, the data is pretty clear. I'm thinking about how many households we have with kids in them and how many vehicles we would have with kids in them, and that's a very uncomfortable scenario. So I want this intersection opened so badly because I travel through there, but this is unsafe. I would be in support of this motion if we were looking at right in, right out. If it's always open, I'm not in support of this motion.
Okay, so I think process-wise, what will happen is if this motion gets defeated, then we'll be looking at a separate motion. As is common, I try to wait till the end to hold my opinion. And and we're not at the end. Deputy Mayor Randhawa.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to administration to Sameh. I really want to keep open that road, but on good, not every month we have to close and to do the repair on proper. The reason because we always have so much impact at this moment on 17 Ave. Sometimes residents wants to go during peak hour, right? To the job and come back home as well. So because some they work to the Strathmore side, it's easy for them to take the road to go out for rather than impact everything on 17 Ave majority. And the other thing is there's so many road in other municipality is also uncontrolled, I can say, intersections. So people go on highway from stopping and then going on highway 1, even just from Calgary to, if we can go only up to the Strathmore, there's so many roads from the side. They are going to 16 Ave, stopping, and then they are going. And because our public is suffering, and only for that perspective, because we don't know what's happening for the down the road. After a few years, it will close down, or that's other options. But that's 5, 10. We don't know how many years yet, but at this, because we know the Bridgeport construction is going there too, and people will definitely live, or maybe the commercial is coming, so other things as well for them is also bit. We have to it's always accident, no matter what. There is a controlled intersection or uncontrolled, everywhere is accident does happen, but we have to think people do know how to drive as well. Accident could be happen anytime, but nobody, if there is a rough driver and there is a safe driver out there too. So for that perspective, because of that, I'll be in favor to open that road actually. Yeah.
Mr. Edney.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through council, I just wanted to maybe add a little more insight too as to Councillor Warzanowski talked about Stantec talking about the right in, right out. We didn't bring that forward because there's a right in, right out at Paradise. And our viewpoint, just as administration, was for $3.5 million, people can probably drive 30 more seconds and use that sort of intersection. But maybe that was some narrow-minded thinking on our side, but that was kind of why we said, from our point of view, if we are going to open this, what I hear from most people is that ability to turn left onto Highway 1. So I think our original recommendation was just keep it closed. But if we're going to spend $3.5 million, our thought was spend it to give them that option to turn left. I hope I'm not getting into debate, that was our thought process of saying, if we're going to spend that amount of money, let's not duplicate an intersection that's 400 meters down the road and can easily be bypassed through Windermere Drive. So that was where our thought process on this one came from, of presenting this option.
Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one last thought, and this is kind of, I try and put all of this information into a long-term lens of how it's going to cascade in the future. And, you know, I'm concerned about when we're twinning Chestermere Boulevard and when, you know, there's construction under the Highway 1 bridge for a pedestrian path for Clearwater. What are the exit routes for our residents to get out of Chestermere? They don't really have any except to sit in traffic and get through. And that doesn't even include the bridge, which I heard maybe a multi-year project. So that's a concern to me. It is, and it's a concern to residents because it's a large one that I hear all the time. My second one is I haven't really heard anybody say that this intersection in all turns would be more dangerous than any other intersection on this highway, around Chestermere, anywhere.
Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. And in comment, in addition to Mr. Edney's commentary about driving an extra 30 seconds down to Paradise, the reverse could be also held true if you want to get westbound and test your family's life and turning left from Conrich Road. You could do just the same, going westbound on 17th Avenue for another 400 meters and try your luck there. And, you know, that's the same comment, you know, same point to what, you know, I may debate with Councillor Grant's commentary, but that's an act. There's still access to get out of the city. You just might have to drive a little bit down Chestermere Boulevard instead of going down Rainbow Road, which we're hearing from the professionals may be unsafe. That intersection isn't necessarily under our jurisdiction at Conrich Road, but that's another access point that delivers you into Calgary, just like you would if you took Rainbow Road.
Great, thank you. I think we're at the point of the debate where it's pretty clear where people stand on things. And so with that, I would just like to offer some of my own personal thoughts with regards to this before calling for the vote. First of all, just with regards to the safety piece, I do believe that we have professionals coming that are sharing a different opinion than what was shared in December, because in December they had a very different motion. I believe that they have done some work between that meeting in December until now and have provided a different opinion based on their own based on their professional opinion. Councillor Warzanowski, that is not to dismiss your point at all. Your point is well heard. But I just, my own personal opinion is that we have heard from some professionals, and that is being seen through the motion that they have come forward with at the second time. Two, I am comfortable with this and am with Councillor Schindler, and that I will be supporting this motion because of the other things that are being done. Right? And the other things that are being done is administration has made it very clear that it's not just, we're going to build the road and hope for the best at the stop sign. That there are some other safety measures that are being implemented with this, as well as the conversations that are going on with Alberta Transportation. And to the point that was made a few minutes ago, we've had conversations with Alberta Transportation in the last 30 days about this project, right? As council is aware, there have been briefing notes that have been sent to Alberta Transportation about this specific intersection, and so having the confidence in what we've seen in the change of motion, having the confidence in what we've seen from administration, having the ongoing conversations with Alberta Transportation, as well as to some of the points that have been made about other intersections that we see, I will be in support of this motion. What I will say before calling for the vote is I cannot express enough how much I enjoy the robust conversation that happens on this council, and the fact that we debate ideas and that everybody's able to bring their voice to that idea. I just wanted to share that because it is very incredible to be a part of a council that debates ideas and not people. And I'm very thankful for the opportunity that I have to do that with all of you. So, with that, can I call for the vote? No. Councilor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My opinion may not change, but I don't remember any that council has been made aware of any briefing notes to Alberta Transportation. Was that information something that I had missed?
Absolutely. You've been emailed those several times.
All right. Then I missed it.
Councillor Sambo?
Thank you, Your Worship. And in the spirit of a robust debate and debating ideas about people, you mentioned that the opinion coming from administration is different, and I do just want to push back on that a little bit. I think the recommendation coming forward is different, but administration is still aware of the safety concern.
Okay.
So it's our decision here of how we're going to weight that. I don't think that's coming from administration.
Great, thank you. With that, I'm going to call for the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you again, Council, for the conversation. Councillor Warzanowski, I will ensure that I follow up and get those resent to you to make sure. No, I'll make sure that you have a copy of those. It's important. So with that, we are now going to be moving to item 9.3, which is the substitute returning officer, which I anticipate is going to have the same amount of robust debate for our substitute returning officer. First of all, as she is coming up, I think it is important for us to make an announcement. Mr. Edney, if I am overstepping my bounds, I apologize, but I'm not really sorry about this. I believe that this is the first time that Vanessa will be presenting as our manager of legislative services. The interim tag has been removed. She's no longer the interim manager. I believe that we've gone through a robust hiring process for our legislative services position, and an administration made the decision to take the interim tag off and move her to manager. Is this a correct announcement that I maybe stole your thunder on there, Mr. Edney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And in the spirit of professionalism, I won't make the joke that I will after we're done here. But you're correct. We went actually through quite a robust process. We had some very good candidates, some very qualified candidates apply. And congratulations to Ms. Vandermeer. She did a very good job, not just only in filling in the interim role, but also through the interview process. And we had given them some homework, and she knocked it out of the park. So congratulations.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Awesome.
In this position.
Now with that, we're going to debate whether or not you're going to be the
that'd be great.
returning officer.
Okay, perfect.
Now we get to decide. Does that mean we're deciding on hiring? Is that
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Council and Administration. I'm here today to speak in regards to the appointment of the substitute returning officer for the 2025 election. The recommendation is that Council appoint Vanessa Vandermeer, myself, as the Manager of Legislative Services as the substitute returning officer for the 2025 election. According to Section 13, the authority by resolution may appoint a returning officer, and they must appoint a substitute returning officer. It cannot be done by the returning officer himself or herself. Without council appointing a returning officer, Kent is deemed the automatic returning officer, until which time in the next month or so we'll be putting out an ad for a returning officer for our election. But in the interim, we, by appointing myself as the Legislative Services Substitute Returning Officer, candidates may easily drop off their nomination packages in case Kent is not available, because one or the other must accept them. The risk of doing it is, if a substitute returning officer is not appointed, the city risks non-compliance with the Local Authorities Election Act and all their recent lovely changes. Other than that, it's pretty standard and speaks for itself.
great? Thank you. So I believe we have a motion with this then?
We do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, sure. Through the mayor to council, just for clarity too, Vanessa will remain the substitute returning officer through the entire election
Yes, that's
process.
correct.
So
Yeah.
that's why if we appoint her now, she can go on for continuity. We will post for someone to replace me in the next
the
couple
future.
months to actually run the election.
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarity. Okay, with that, can I have
the next
Councillor
6 months.
read the following, Deputy Mayor Randhawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council appoint Vanessa Vandermeer, Manager of Legislative Services, as the substitute returning officer for the 2025 municipal election.
Thank you. Questions / comments? Call for the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Girl got hired
Perfect.
twice in
Thank
1
you.
month. Look at her go. On fire. And then finally, I believe you have the next one as well, which is the
I am.
2025 council calendar updates.
Thank you very much. I speak to you today through administration to mayor and council regarding the 2025 council calendar updates. Council, if you recall, you at your organizational meeting approved the current council calendar. We are needing to make some changes. Some of the changes we're needing is October 25th after the election will be the swearing in ceremony, which is on the Saturday. Council orientation is on the 28th and 29th. And then council organizational meeting will be on the 30th. According to the new changes in Bill 20 and the Local Authorities Election Act, council must have training before the organizational meeting, but you must be sworn in before you can have training. And then on November 4th, because it would be almost 6 weeks before you would have an actual council meeting, we have changed it from a gap to a council meeting. November 12th, which is the day after the holiday for Remembrance Day, you will then have a gap meeting. And November 17th to 21st, you will have budget deliberations. So at this time, I'm asking council to approve the council calendar updates with the amendments as presented.
Thank you. I guess a couple things that are important to point out with this would be, one, the idea is to, I believe the idea is to get these dates out as early as possible. So that as people are deciding whether or not they would like to run for council, you kind of know what you're getting into right from the get-go. Number two, the second decision you may notice is that the swearing-in ceremony has been moved to a Saturday, and the idea there being more of an opportunity to hopefully celebrate with families, right? Moving it away from a work day. We recognize, Councillor Grant, that there may be some hockey challenges with that, but I think that that's actually the weekend off from tiering. I think. I know that I tried to think about that. I actually did. With it being on the 25th, the idea then being that people would have an opportunity to celebrate with their families. So with that, are there any questions with regards to this calendar? We'll start with Councillor Grant, then Councillor Narayan, then Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor. Through the chair to administration, I'm just wondering, having gone through budget here and it not really happening in 5 days, I'm wondering if the 5 days is going to be sufficient. Or is that 5 meeting days? So I'm concerned about material delivery, preparedness, the like of such.
So yeah, thank you through the chair to Councillor Grant and the rest of council. Luckily, we can start on next year's budget right now, so we'll have everything prepared. I think what I'm fully expecting, is when the new council gets elected and has the organizational meeting, they may want to change those dates. This is more just to make it aware that it's likely a 5-day process, maybe more if there's any changeover in council. I'm trying to be apolitical over here, but if there is, it may be a longer process than if, say, for example, all 7 of the same people were sitting up here. The budget process might be a shorter timeline. So it's more just to make that, as Mayor Dean mentioned, that awareness to potential new councillors that there's a significant time commitment in November, December. Because yes, 5 days in a row would be a lot of work.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, through your worship. The Alberta Municipalities Convention goes from November 12th to the 14th. So I'm not sure if that was taken into consideration.
Nope. No, it wasn't. That's great to point out. So we would need to take off that gap meeting then.
Yeah, we can take off that gap meeting. And it's in Calgary?
It's in Calgary.
Yeah, so I think we should eliminate the gap meeting though.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ryan. Councillor Warzanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Dean. My comment is similar to Councillor Grant's in regards to the budget process. I think cramming everything into a week, while it sounds efficient, it really is not, in my opinion. Not only that, we are all part-time counselors aside from Mayor Dean. So subscription or participation in that will be a challenge certainly for me. So I'd rather see either at our short council meetings or our gap meetings that we start looking at specific areas of the budget in advance of that November week, because it's hard to manage all these decisions in such a short period of time, and then also the availability of counselors, I think, maybe also be a challenge. So I will vote in support of this with the understanding that it may change.
Do you have a suggestion otherwise in terms of dates at the moment, or would you rather just support at the moment and then it could change?
Well, if I was to make a recommendation, we can start budget. I think even Mr. Etney had said it earlier. We can start in the summer, and we can add 4-hour budget sessions starting maybe in September, maybe not the summer because we're off in August, and then look at doing every other week at gap, or depending on how busy our council meetings are, if we're done at noon or thereafter, we can plan that into our scheduled regular meetings of council or regular meetings of gap.
So if I may make a comment to that, I think you have a great idea there. I think administration has to plan as though there could be 7 totally different human beings up here.
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
And so perhaps what we do is maybe this is what Mr. Edney's getting to, is that this is a bit of a hybrid, right? In terms of, he mentioned that, right? If there is some consistency on this council, that could change. Whereas if it's all 7, well then, you just signed up those 7 to do that week anyway. So,
I do think.
Mr. Edney.
Yeah, just if I can add, I think while council is approving this, I do not expect at all when I come to the organizational meeting to suggest that we actually do those 5 days. That would be that first topic of what does the new council want to set for those dates. And I think for the 7 of you up here, we can be thinking of that in advance, assuming that there's some that come. But again, I would view it as more of a placeholder just to recognize we probably need 5 budget days sometime after November 1st, but well before December 16th, 17th, etc. that we did this year.
Okay, so then in response to what you're saying, and in honor of what Councilor Worzanowski is getting at, Councilor Worzanowski, if in the motion, the November 17th to 21st were put, if we just literally put the word placeholder or tentative beside those, would that speak to that then? So then it's an idea of this could happen. We don't totally know, but this is the idea. Would that speak to that? Are you good with that, Mr. Edney? Okay. So we are now going to have a new motion because we're going to eliminate the 12th and we're going to add tentative. Tentative or placeholder? What would you rather?
Tentative.
Tentative? Okay. So, can I see the
Can I also state that during the budget deliberations, it doesn't necessarily, as Kent and I discussed before, doesn't necessarily mean it's a day. It can also be evenings,
right,
which then works around councilors' schedules as well.
True. Okay. So can I see the motion, please? Emily's probably over there scrambling with the 17 changes that we just made to her motion. Okay, council approved the updated. Well,
no.
Do we need to remove November? Because the new one just won't have November 12th. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we do need to remove it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So remove November 12th and add the wording tentative for budget deliberations. Does that work? Yeah? Council, is everybody happy with the wording for this motion? Okay. I would also like administration to please go back and have a relook at the meetings based on that information about Alberta Munis, because that was also a conversation that was had, right, in terms of we have the org meeting and a council meeting, and then there's that gap, ironically. So maybe that needs to be looked at in light of Alberta Munis happening. Okay, thank you. With that, can I have a councillor make the following motion, please? Councillor Schindler.
I move that council approve the updated council calendar with the amendments to October and November 2025, and with the following amendments. Remove the November 12th, 2025 gap meeting and add the wording tentative for budget deliberations.
Great, thank you. Comments, questions? Call for the vote. Great, thank you. And with that, I believe we have no more items on our agenda for today. So can I have a councillor make a motion, Deputy Mayor Randawa?
Thank you, Your Worship. I move that the council adjourn the regular meeting of council at 2:48 p.m.
Great, thank you. We'll call for the vote. And we're adjourned. Thank you. Okay, so we are going to be meeting with Steve